انا
سنيك وسنير.
سنيك وانا.
سلاير وسنيك.
سنيك وسلاير.
سلاير.
لما مثلا ناكل كشري بنخش نبقى جوه الجيم نبقى ضايعين.
كنت لسه داخل التيم مش فاهم اي حاجه وكنت ببراك، فهم عمالين كل شويه كل سترات وانا واقف في النص مش عارف اعمل اي حاجه، مش فاهم اي حاجه.
هو في حاجه يعني انا بنام يعني حنكش في السرير اللي جنبي بيتكلم وهو نايم.
صعب افتكر.
هو ليه علاقه بسنير برضو. كنا في مره بنبراكتس وكنا اكلنا قبلها سمك مش كشري المره دي، فجه في وسط البراكتس قال لك يا جدعان انا دماغي سخنت وما عرفناش نكمل البراكتس. يعني اوفر شويه كده وقام قاعد يرش انا دماغي سخنت لعبنا براكتس بس ما عرفناش نلعب عادي بسبب الاكل. بنحب ناكل وكان نلعب على طول.
لا ما افتكرش حاجه.
حورس
وتوت.
حورس وتوت وسنيك 3.
انا
توت وحورس.
انا وحورس.
حورس.
حورس سنير.
لا مفيش.
سنير.
صعب تلاقي كل غلط من التيم.
انا
unKnights.
لا مفيش حد معين بعينه، يعني مفيش حد محدد ان احنا عايزين نلعبه.
في الليج بتاعنا ما اعتقدش حد معين، بس ممكن بره يعني عايزين نلعب الفرق اللي بره، البرازيليين والصينيين. ليكويد، تيم ليكويد، وفي الصين مثلا اي جي.
هو مش فريق معين، هو بلاير معين فلير من 3 ساعات.
ما فيش حد بعينه بالذات في الليج عندنا، ما فيش حد بعينه. ممكن بره، ممكن وولف اي جي. يس.
محلي مفيش يعني هنا عادي لان الحمد لله مش يعني ماشي الدنيا. اللي عايز اقابله تاني فاسكو، دخلوا فالكونز دلوقتي، هم دول كانوا سبب ان احنا نخرج بس، وحصل كام لقطه كده هناك انا مش مبسوط بسببهم يعني، فدول انا عايز اقابلهم تاني.
ما فيش حد معين، اي حد هيجي على السكه هو عارف بقى.
سنير وسلاير.
سنيك وسنير.
الكل الصراحه يعني الكل ما فيش حد اقل من التاني، هو الكل بيبقى يعني ما فيش عندنا حد مش واثقين فيه ان هو هيعمل حاجه هتكسبنا الراوند او كسبنا الجيم عامه، فالكل لا الكل واثق في انه حاجه زي كده.
في الكلاتشز اقدر اقول سنير وسلاير.
سلاير وسنير.
حورس.
لا لو في حد هيكنسل بيقول من قبلها يعني.
ايه. حورس.
انا برضه
حورس.
حورس سعاد.
لا مفيش. لا
انا طبعا عشان انا الاي جي اللي بتاع التيم، فانا اللي هو تيم كابتن.
هو مش اذكى، هو ممكن هو كده بنفكر في الجيم، بس ممكن اقول سنيك وسنير برضه.
سنيك وسلاير.
سنيك.
سلاير وسنيك.
اذكى مش عارف. حماده سنيك بس. ما هو دايما يعتبر اكتر واحد احنا كلنا بنفكر، بس هو دايما هو اكتر واحد بيفكر بس، فهو ممكن اي قرار يعمله هو بيبقى يعتبر على حسب ذكائه يعني، فهو بيبقى اذكى واحد فينا يعتبر.
توتزن.
سنيك وحورس.
توت وسنير وسلاير.
بيست انكر. انا
توت. هو كلهم لو اتحطوا في سايت هيقتلوا اي حد يخش عليهم، بس توت ما شاء الله عليه احسن انكر في التيم.
انا بقالي 7 سنين بروفيشنال، ومثلا بقالي بتاع 11 سنه بلعبها عادي.
من 2019 تقريبا كومبيتيتيف، من اول 2019. لا عادي دي من بدري بلعب عادي من بدري، لكن ككومبيتيتيف من 2019 او 2018.
بلعب كومبيتيتيف من 2017.
2017 برو 2017.
2019.
كومبيتيتيف من 2020.
هدفي الصراحه من غير تكبر يعني ان احنا نحافظ على المركز الاول بتاعنا، اللي هو احنا كنا المركز الاول السنه اللي فاتت، فعايزين نحافظ على ده، ان احنا نبراكتس اكتر عن السنه اللي فاتت، ان احنا نجهز له اكتر، نبقى جاهزين عشان مش يعني ما نستقلش باي حد. انا واثق لان احنا اكسبيرينس بقالنا فتره كبيره مع بعض يعني، فما غيرناش حد من الروستر، فدي حاجه حلوه يعني ان احنا واثقين في بعضنا.
ان شاء الله ان احنا نبقى اول زي السنه اللي فاتت، و تاني حاجه مش الدوري بس، ان احنا ان شاء الله نكسب EWC.
هو ان شاء الله نفضل زي ما احنا باذن الله، نفضل احنا في التوب يعني. زي ما بيقولوا ان انت تطلع القمه دي حاجه سهله، بس انك تفضل فيها دي بتبقى صعبه. فاحنا باذن الله ان شاء الله ده هدفنا، احنا نفضل زي ما احنا ونستعد لها بقى زي استعداد اي المفروض. لو انت بتشتغل اكتر، بتقعد مع الكوتش بتاعك اكتر، بنتكلم احنا والفريق على اي حاجه غلطات بنعملها، بنحسن من نفسنا دايما.
اهدافي ان احنا نفضل زي ما احنا كده في الاول، و نبراكتس اكتر، ونفضل اعلى واعلى ان شاء الله.
ان شاء الله ان احنا نفضل اول يعني. تجهيزات بالنسبه لي انا مش تجهيزات كتير على قد ما التيم بيجهز يعني.
فيرست بليس ان شاء الله، وشي حلو عليهم باذن الله.
هو ان شاء الله توب 1، وبنسعى له ان احنا بقى بنعمل اللي علينا. يعني تقريبا بنشتغل كل يوم، وبنشوف بقى ورا الكوتش بقى، بنسمع ورا كلام الكوتش يعني.
ان شاء الله هنعمل اللي علينا السنه دي ونشرفكم ونكسب EWC زي ما قلت.
احب اشكرهم طبعا، وان شاء الله هنعمل اللي علينا السنه دي.
اقول لهم شكرا ان انتوا لسه بتشجعونا، واسفين ان احنا خذلناكم في الصين السنه اللي فاتت، بس باذن الله هنعوض كل ده السنه دي، ويعني ما تسيبوناش كده عادي، افضلوا زي ما انتوا، واحنا باذن الله يعني هنبقى زي ما انتم ما شايفيننا كده.
بنشكر الناس اللي بتشجعنا، وان شاء الله نكون عند حسن ظنكم.
احب اقول لهم شكرا، وان شاء الله نكون عند حسن ظنكم.
ان شاء الله هنبقى عند حسن ظنكم، وان شاء الله نفضل في التوب.
شكرا ليكم، يا رب تفضلوا تشجعونا ونبقى عند حسن ظنكم.
Good evening, everyone. We are back I'd like to introduce myself, Koshari. I'll be your host for this evening. For the people who don't know me, I'm a Twitch streamer, CrossFire enthusiast, all around obsessed with gaming.
Yes,
I'd like to introduce Hazem here, who will be my analyst, and let's not forget our casters, which will be Kyle and Pandoxon. Right now, this is day 9 of week 3, and a lot of interesting things have happened in the past 2 days and the weeks before that. I'd like to get a quick recap of the last 2 days and how does that make a difference within the standings.
Koshari, something that I love about Crossfire is the upsets that happened within the last few weeks, especially within the last few days, especially yesterday, man. Look at the standings, it speaks for itself. I mean, who would have thought that GV will win against GG and might secure Anubis position. Also, UNK and ROC Esports, it's a derby and classico that we will witness tonight. Koshari, Entropy far away, but they might have some chances here and there. I was super shocked by yesterday's performance from Team GV. What I love about Crossfire is day by day you get to know some certain players. Okay, I'm gonna keep an eye on those players, such as FaZe, Snox, who shocked not me, not you, but the whole
world,
Crossfire
yeah,
fans. So I'm super excited for tonight's game, especially after watching UNK.
I mean, let's not forget, today we have 3 pretty interesting matches, and each one is one of the most important matches for each team on the series, you know?
Yes.
Where should we start? I mean, Anubis beat TBI after losing round 1, and it got a lot of momentum built up for Anubis. Anyways, first match, we have ROC versus unKnights. X3BL is ROC. unKnights have no changes to their roster, which means they're coming in strong. After the interview with Alucard the other day, he did tell us that they're aiming for this rank 1, and they're trying to contest ROC for it, and possibly will be able to do so. Nonetheless, ROC has Slayer absent, but Damp did show an amazing performance. Next match, tell me more about match number 2.
Man, match number 2 is the main event. It's the highlight of the day, in my opinion. Within the TPI and GV presence, I'm super excited.
I know.
Whoever watched GV yesterday, it's a new GV. Forgot about GV in the first and second week. Yes, they are insane. You have to be super excited to watch. Just watch how they overshadowed Flex yesterday from Team GG.
Yes.
Watch how they beat the number 3 in the standings, Team GG. Such an insane game from Team GV, and we already gave a shout out to FaZe and Snox and Leon Clo, and the list goes on. But speak about the first game, it's the number 1 against the number 2. Man, I'm super excited for this game. We've already talked about the players, their history, their previous matches. I don't know what else to talk about, but UNK need this win by any chance. They might get the first place by winning this game, and who would have thought that we would see ROC Esports losing their first place, especially that Slayer is not playing tonight, and they know that Slayer is not playing, so their chances might be a bit high to win.
I mean, the match is going to be very interesting because you have Damp replacing Slayer, and we will keep in mind that Snare will be matching Alucard, if I'm not mistaken. ROC's lineup is very strong. X3BL players, they've been to China, they've won multiple consecutive leagues, they've been playing together for over 2 years. As you can see, they're doing another one of the huddle ups where they encourage each other and spice up the atmosphere and make it seem like they have nothing to lose. And just like Horace said in the previous cast, he said getting to the top 1 is easy, but holding it is the challenge.
Yes, sir. Snare, the one who got 24 kills yesterday and the day before, 23 kills in every single game he plays. His impact is there. It's known that he's the top 3 snipers worldwide. The guy is superior. Whenever we interview him, he's just as humble as it gets. He's like, it's my team, it's not me. They help me with the flashes, the utility of them. Now, moving on to the GOATs, unKnights. Pietro, the ideal Alucard, the sniper, Beck, and the rest of the boys are just here to get this win.
I mean, there has been a shuffle a while back where I guess the organization did have HZZ, MKZ, and HDZ stand down, and they got replaced with Genzer, the Lurker, Kiku, the first entry, and Alucard. In my opinion, I would call him the star player. But they are led by Petro, the in-game leader, who has been showing a phenomenal performance and guiding this team win after the other.
What I love about such games, Koshari, is the head-to-head that we can just witness and spectate the game by game and frame by frame. It's like Alucard in front of Snare. Both of them are playing Sniper. Both of them impact should happen, and it will happen within the different sides, whether it was A, B, or even mid. The Pietro against Horus, because both guys do the same role. Both are there. Man, we're playing the first place against the second place. Lots of things to analyze once we watch the first game.
I can't give a prediction right now. I have to see game number 1 first and feel the vibe and feel the momentum of both teams. And if that's going to skyrocket them into a 2-0 or it's going to a best of 3, as always, with my unbiased opinion, I'm here to entertain and to be entertained. I'd love to watch a best of 3, man.
Honestly, you always ask me to give a prediction, to get, even if it was a blind prediction, but such game like unKnights and ROC Esports, I honestly can't give you any prediction, because sometimes I'll vouch for the underdog, and there is no underdog here. And as I was saying,
it's the clash of the
Snare
Titans, man.
against Alucard. Yes, the clash of the Titans with the snipers, 1.35 KDA, 1.59. The stats are close.
And Alucard is a hybrid as well. In case they're planning to go in with rifles all around, then he could adapt and maybe change to the AK or the M4, which is considered meta these days. Let's just go into the maps as well. I'd like to see the maps. This, I think, is a huge element that's going to decide how the tempo might shift towards a specific team. But ROC is maintaining their first place, but the gap is not that big at all. Finally, they get to meet each other in this series, and only this match. Obviously, the next matches might decide as well, but this is one they want to secure the bag, and they need to.
Yeah, I love that this is the third day, and it's just the last day of the third week, and that's the main event. Okay, I'm going to give you 2 insane matches, whether it was TBI and GV or even ROC Esports. Moving down to the maps, ladies and gentlemen, the map draft. I want to see the bans. So ROC banned Mexico.
Oh my God.
So unKnights answered with a ban on Subbase. ROC Esports banned Ankara, which is such a good map for unKnights. So Black Widow was banned, and by the way, Black Widow has a high win rate for ROC Esports. Now for the picks, it's a default map for the first game with a pick of ROC Esports on Compound. Moving down to another pick on Eagle Eye, and the decider is a default map for both
Port
teams.
again, man.
Port,
It's the OG's playground. It's the people who've played this game enough to be able to, how do you say, adapt to Port and play with their teams. Wow, man.
Listen,
I can't wait. My heart is racing.
The part here is Eagle Eye, the second map. So Compound, both teams play Compound. Both teams are just good with it, but it's a instant pick and instant look on ROC Esports. When they see Compound, I'll choose Compound because they are so good with it. But still, it stays as a default first map. All teams can play on it. But with Eagle Eye, though, man.
Yeah, I think the first map is pretty, let's say, equivalent to both teams. They both have immense experience. They've played hundreds of games, if not thousands of games on that map.
I think the map draft went good for Team
It's very
unKnights.
balanced. You think so? That the second game they might have a slight advantage. You never know.
Overall, the ban and pick for the map draft, I think it went good for Team unKnights, banning their favorite map for ROC Esports and then making them pick Compound. So Compound, okay, we can play here and there. We can adapt to Compound, but the second map and the deciders, it will speak for itself, I think.
The scoreboard's gonna tell. Let's move on. I'd like to send it to our casters Kyle and Pandoxon. Nice to meet you,
Let's
Kyle.
go.
And Pandoxon, again, we meet again, my friend. Let's take it away.
All right, thank you to our desk for kicking off the day. Of course, to jump in front of it, Pandoxon, my camera. Not the best today. We're having some camera difficulties on my end, but we're going to power through it because we've got some fantastic matches. ROC Esports, unKnights kicking off the day. I'm very excited to see this one, especially, Damp. I haven't got a chance to see him play on the stream myself yet. I know you got to see him a little bit earlier this weekend, but what were your thoughts on seeing Damp so far? Because for ROC Esports, I feel like he's the wild card for me coming into this one.
Yeah, Demp, definitely a good replacement so far, I would say. He's doing a good job. Maybe not as good as the main player, but still a pretty good job. And I'm very, very excited to see Eagle Eye today. Finally, some more Eagle Eye. Not always Compound or Black Widow or whatever. Finally, we get to see a map that we don't get to see all that often. And I'm very, very looking forward to it, Kyle.
Yeah, a really good map pool, I think. Eagle Eye, always a fun one to see, not too often pick. Compound, I think this is going to be the interesting one for me. I think both teams are really strong on this map. I think about Alucard in particular, always really big threat here. Slayer being out of the compound as well for ROC Esports might be a little bit tougher of a situation. Going to put that extra emphasis on what Snare, I think, can do on this map, especially against Alucard. That's a good matchup, I think, in this head-to-head. But we're just going to jump right into it here for our first map of the day. unKnights will be starting on the GR side every single map in the series as well. I actually think that's a really good draw for them in the ban pick phase, because a lot of these maps do tend to lean GR-sided in the 3 we're getting out of this series, potentially. So excited to see how this one gets underway, but interesting to see Damp and Snare both going to be sniping here in the first round.
Yeah, Damp on the sniper. No surprise for me though. I've seen that one before, and it seems like we will start pretty slow. Nothing too major yet. Just some grenades here and there. Pretty standard for Compound. Just to throw some facts, ROC Esports, of course, undefeated, 6-0. And of course, they are currently leading the standings. They have lost the map before, but overall still undefeated. And on the other side, unKnights 5-1, right behind them. The only one lost. I'm pretty sure they lost to GG, Gaimin Gladiators. So of course, unKnights is looking to get the win here, but on paper, ROC is the favorite.
Esports off to a good start as well. Snare gets the opening pick onto Alucard. That's a key fight to win in this round. Now you can see the pressure towards the A. Bomb site Snake right through the wall. Takes down Beck. Almost a second there, but Pietro survives just long enough to grab Snare in the trades. Horace going to go down to the firefight as well. Kiko and Jin now left in a 2-on-3 situation as the bomb goes down, but they're wasting no time here. Kiko, he's already going to be peeking over the top of site, and Jin, he's just kind of tucked away in this corner on the backside of mid, but Snake with these pre-fires through the wall, just getting him a little bit anxious on the push, but that is a brilliant flash. Not going to matter at all, though. Snake and Totson clean it up nicely.
Yeah. What a round here. Pretty decisive. Not wasting any time. Some decent frags coming out of ROC. But of course, unKnights, they put up a good fight. Not going to be enough in this round. ROC takes it. It's going to be Horus with some early damage. Down to half HP. And you know what? If unKnights wins, they tie ROC on points and make this title race really interesting. But of course, there is a lot of work to be done, and ROC Esports, they're ready to go. Obviously, they have to play with a sub player, but of course, again, I want to mention it, Dump hasn't had, a top performance, but still a very decent one. I'm sure he's looking forward to do the same today. But obviously, unKnights, a completely different roster here. A strong opponent. A tough nut to crack, if I'm allowed to say that. And you can tell ROC Esports already grouping up. Towards mid here, they pass it though. No problem. Smoke will help them out. And look at this. You have Beck. Oh well, now you only have Kiko holding GR. Hoping for the best. Nothing has happened yet. They're just stalling. Waiting. Now Horus slowly but surely scoping through the smoke. No one has been spotted yet. It's really interesting. They're still waiting there, hoping for anything, and Beck might go for a peek. It's actually gonna be together. Beck and Kiko. The sprays there. The frags are out. Kiko good for 2. Can I get anything done from that position? ROC now in a very difficult position. Jinza on the lower B position. Yeah, look at Pietro from behind, gets both players, leaving Damp all by himself. The sub player now needs to be the clutch factor here, not this time around. Jinza takes him out.
Yeah, really good mid-hold coming out, especially from Kiko in this position, almost getting 3 at the start. Pietro, quick flank, gets it done, and now they've tied this one up very quickly, and now Card's looking to get aggressive around it. What a reaction shot, takes down Horus, pushes through mid, and that is exactly what unKnights was hoping for, to keep the momentum on their side. You can see Snare looking for something to answer back, misses the shot onto Alucard. He had the opportunity, but now unKnights, they're going to hold on to this advantage. You can see a quick rotation. Got almost 4 players ready to go for this A-bomb side attack, and they may have to run back over to that B-bomb side. It's only going to be Damp pretty forward on this position, and then Kiko just playing that off angle in the GR spawn. They really like this setup to just try and run down the clock with, but Damp, he's going to go in alone here. Run into trouble, misses the shot. Gets the follow-up with the Colt, though, holding on for dear life in this one. The rest of ROC Esports, though, they're going to back off and work back towards B.
Yeah, Damp actually taking the fight against Pietro there. He won it, to my surprise, but sometimes, you know, some things happen that you don't really expect, and now, once again, ROC Esports grouping up in front of B, and Jinza not wasting any time. He picks up 2. Totson there to trade him out, and now he's just sitting right next to Beck. But he will retreat eventually, and now Damp once again put to the test. Alucard, and of course Beck take the remaining players out, and it's yet another round. And you know what? It's looking really close so far. I mean, this is something we would expect, even though on paper ROC should be a better team, but obviously it's very close. You know, unKnights, they have only lost to 1 opponent so far, and they're still trying to keep that, you know, only to 1 team only. So let's see what they can do here, Kyle.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough round for ROC Esports, looking to fight back in towards B and mid again, but look at this flank from Pietro. He's already in the BL spawn, and I don't think they have any idea. This could be a perfect flank if he can find Totson and sneak through back into mid, and you can see Totson here. He's just completely pinched and has absolutely no clue. It's a perfect backstab. Pietro, though, he's going to make the call, not going for the kill right away. I love this decision, waiting to see if anybody else will come through for another free kill. Unfortunately for Pietro, this will be the only kill he finds in this round, probably from this position. But the rest of unKnights, because of this, knows it's a fake towards B, and Totson, I cannot believe he's not turned around even once in this situation. Pietro just playing with his food in this one, and now ROC Esports, they're going right into a stack, and unKnights should have no problem dealing with this one. Horus going to try and hold on to it. Kiko, though, shuts down with the quick rotation, and now it's Horus and Damp trying to hold on to the A-bomb side, but it's still a 2v4.
Yeah, I mean, Pietro there just playing with his food. It's quite interesting. I wonder what his thoughts were in this moment. Of course, you know, he only sees 1 player, right? So what can he do from there? He actually decided to take him out as the opportunity was given. But of course, ROC, they feel the pressure now. They know they have been spotted. They need to push for A, and this is what they did. But Damp, not done yet. Picks up 2, but it's not going to be enough. Once again, and very interesting round, and ROC, they need to go back, they need to rethink what's going on, because again, in the beginning, you know, they were like doing a circle, like, yo, let's go boys, and this doesn't look good for them right now, because you can't let Pietro slip like that, right? You can't just go through all the way, push A, I think he pushed A long, right? So he pushed A long, then he went behind your back towards B long, and it's just not acceptable at this point.
Yeah, ROC Esports really needs to rethink things during the pause here. A very tough couple of rounds, and I think that's one of their big problems on this map when they don't have someone like Slayer. Even though Damp's playing well, Slayer, one of the key entry fraggers for them pretty consistently when they draw a compound. On top of that, Horus is usually a super key player for this team, and he's been pretty quiet for entry fragging as well so far today. So if they could get a couple players to step up in the early round here, things could quickly turn back in their favor, but they've got to be careful. I think unKnights has a big advantage in this match, being a team coming into this weekend that does have their starters to utilize, and they're definitely using that to full effect here. You can see everyone kind of fragging pretty equally on that side of the field, so I'm hoping they can keep this moving forward, because for unKnights, this is a really good opportunity. If they can somehow steal a win today against ROC Esports, there's a strong chance they could end the weekend in that #1 spot.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, Slayer right now in vacation, chilling, you know, probably watching this match right now. And I don't know about you, but I feel like, you know, Slayer is such a good and strong player. Of course, missing in the mix, but, you know, it wasn't really a problem yesterday. So I wouldn't really expect it to be a problem today. But once again, unKnights, a completely different roster here. A very, very strong team to play against. And of course, you know, the timeout, I think it's a good, you know, timing. It's really early on though, but again, after a move like that from Pietro, a much needed one. So I hope they had some conversation, you know, some talk, and they figure it out, because if they don't, I don't know about you, Kyle, but it's going to be a very interesting game. Again, this is ROC's pick here on Compound, and we are going to Eagle Eye next, which is, of course, unKnights' pick. So ROC really wants to win this one.
Yeah, it's an interesting pick here for ROC Esports. I was expecting them to come out a lot stronger on it. It is a bit of a GR-sided map at times, so it's definitely not over until the side swap with this one, but a 3-1 start is a bit shaky at best for ROC Esports. We have pretty high expectations for these guys. Even looking at yesterday, they only had 5 rounds against them in a worst-case situation, so they're already showing what they can do in this weekend with Damp, and it's been interesting to see so far. He's actually one of the better players I've seen in this map so far today as well. A lot of it just comes down to some of the veterans of this team not able to hold their feet to the fire just yet. Would love to see Snare and Horus kind of step up and help get things done, because that's what they need in this situation. Those guys are the key fraggers on this team to find those early round openings, and a lot of it just comes down to getting comfortable, I think, as well. You look at the last round that just happened, and a lot of it comes down to the strat calling, not allowing those players to sneak in, get behind you, and find those openings for free as well, because as much as the shots were hit by unKnights in that last round, if they had just had the awareness to make sure no one could flank them, I think there's still a world where ROC Esports could easily win that round.
So let's look at some facts once again as we wait for the players to join back into the lobby. We have ROC Esports, the dominant force, of course, best round difference plus 49, and a set difference of plus 11. So that's insane, right? Pretty insane. And of course, they only lost 1 set in the entire tournament. So far ROC is showing that they are, I made this joke yesterday already, I will do it again, they are rock solid. Yeah. So definitely as a team that we need to, you know, have an eye on, even in international competition, right? At CFS or whatever, like big tournaments, right? So definitely a team that I'm looking forward to. And, you know, unKnights, of course, the challenger, I would say. You know, it's the second best team in the tournament. And, you know, they have, sometimes I feel like they have a more aggressive play style, you know, higher kill potential per round, but overall still a very, very, very good team. But yeah, it is what we have to say about this one so far, and it seems like we are back into the game.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see what both teams are doing after that timeout. ROC Esports really needing a round coming out of it. Otherwise, it's already going to be a 4-1 if unKnights can find this first round after the pause. And you can see ROC Esports, they're getting to work here, putting a lot of pressure on B. It's going to be Tatsun and Jin going down early in that collision over the B pillars, and already the rotation is there. And this is why I like unKnights on the GR side. They're so proactive, and the rotations are always quick. And you can see Kiko there finds the perfect timing, catches Snare off guard. Horus trying to find somebody through the other side of the smoke. Not going to see anything just yet. Now the rotations are going to hold strong in this 2-2 split. Meanwhile, Damp knows he needs to try and find an opening for his team. They're already down a player in this 3v4, and he's just going to be looking towards A long to make that happen. I think it's the right call. He knows Alucard likes to play on this long box position. There might be an opportunity to take the fight and settle the score, which would completely open up the A bomb side. Alucard's actually the only player now here. We just saw Pietro rotate into mid with Beck, and they're going to go for the fight. Damp and Horus, those are huge kills to find early on in this push, and now it's all on to Beck on this fight. He's not going to check the corner. Kiko left alone, but the C4 is still down, and this is where Snake and Damp have to be cautious on the approach. They've got to find it quickly, but that allows Kiko to make his move here. Sneaks underneath, but it's not going to matter. Snake gets it done, and ROC Esports win their second round.
Yep, it is going to be Kiko missing some crucial shots in the end there. Of course, Beck checking that, you know, checking the side on the left is something you do here and there, but not really consistently, so can't really blame him for that. But in the end, of course, ROC take this one in fashion. I mean, it was a little bit too close for comfort overall, I'm gonna say that, but still a good one to bring home. And now Snare begins with a frag on Jinza, and I have to say, Jinza, the way he plays on Belong, it's really fascinating to me, because he's always like, it's either like super aggressive like we just saw here, or he's like really calm, just holding these angles, you know, chilling, and eventually he will have his fight, right? But right now, maybe the aggression isn't really working out. I mean, I think it was last round, he one-tapped Hudson, right? It worked, okay, he gets the frag, but he's instantly taken out as well. So it's really a question of, you know, is it worth it? Is it not worth it? Can't really tell right now. But this is going to be Totson, just chilling in front of Belong, not too worried about anything, as the rest of ROC groups up in front of mid, and they're probably just preparing another push. As you can see, smoke comes out, A main is blocked off. Alucard not able to find anything from this angle now. Let's see what he will do. He will advance a little bit. But once again, we see ROC stalling in mid here. But once again, who is this? Pietro in the back. We have seen this one before, but he actually decides to go through this B. It's a little bit of a, you know, minor decision making here. I'm not sure, but there you go. Alucard will be the one that goes out first. He's trying his very best to prevent this push from happening. But look at this. Pietro now in the clutch from behind, but he's already been spotted out. And you know what? Don't give him too much chance to bring this one home, but you know, it's never ever impossible. Pietro now, low HP. 3 more players to bring to the ground. He's actually doing a good job of staying alive here, but now he will be taken out though.
Yeah, really good couple of rounds here since the pause from ROC Esports, you can tell. They've started to figure things out, especially that last round, very one-sided for them. And putting a lot of pressure on that B bomb site, and this is where players like Jin and Alucard have to be a little bit more careful in the early round to keep themselves alive and in the fight, because both of them are very valuable in the clutch, but they've been dying a little bit too soon in some of these rounds. This time though, Pietro gonna be put to the test and gonna win that fight. Snare goes down right away. You can see Horus bit late to the party, looking for the trade nonetheless. He knows Pietro is low. Grenade not going to be enough to finish the job, and this is where unKnights kind of have to go back to the drawing board here, playing a little bit safer. Now that they've got the numbers advantage, the rest of ROC are kind of pressured to make a play. You can see Totson peeking a little forward in the B pillars, but now it is going to be a full mid stack coming the way of unKnights. Hopefully they're ready for this one.
Yeah. I mean, this is really a battle of the giants, right? It's the question, like, will ROC stay undefeated, or will unKnights actually rise to the top here? It's really, really exciting to watch this happen. Now look at this, Pietro with the first one to go down, but there's Alucard with the trade, of course, and now Kiko hugging the wall here, waiting for the flash to pop. He swings, he gets stamped out. That's the beginning of one. Snake and Totson now on the hustle here. They need to find something, but it's going to be a very difficult round for them. Snake makes a big swing, not checking for back, and Alucard, of course, helps his teammate out. There's Toxin in the situation, he's left behind, he will be wallbanged here by Beck, and once again, unKnights, they take a round in fashion. Really decisive kills here, Pietro here, with some aggression, but of course, he will be taken out later on, and again, this is just a very well set up round from unKnights there.
Yeah, tough one for ROC Esports. They just couldn't get any control towards either side, just getting stuck in that mid-GR spawn position. And this is where we're going to see a bit of a change-up from unKnights. I like this play call, 3 out B connector, but they have to be careful. Horus, they have to have perfect timing on him and Snake in this position. And the swing has to at least net them a first kill, otherwise this could be a tough situation. Horus, though, holds the line with just a Colt in his hands, able to find himself 2. Jin, not even going to try to trade anything out of there, just holding on now to the B pillars, and this is where they have to hold any advantage they have left. It was a nice play call, but really didn't get them too much value out of that unless Jin can find another on the lurk. The C4 is down in mid. Horus very, very low on HP after that fight, and this is where it's going to be very critical of Jin in this position, but the pinch is going to be coming very, very quickly. He's got players on either side, so he's going to have to take a fight very, very early on here, but Beck makes the first move. It's going to be an A-long fight onto Damp, takes him out of the picture, and now it's going to be Jin making a secondary move in mid here, gets himself a nice kill onto Horus Dotson, now left alone, but he's not going to be able to do much there. Alucard gets the kill, and it's a nice answer from unKnights.
Yep, I like the aggression here. It was a nice attempt. Obviously, Horus had something else in mind, and you know what? I feel like Jinza, he was very lucky actually that they didn't continue, to go through with that pinch. But in the end, maybe it didn't even, matter because obviously he had the higher numbers of players still being alive. But I have to say, unKnights looking very, very good right now on ROC's map pick, and to be honest, unKnights, they more or less, have nothing to lose and everything to gain here. I mean, if they break ROC's perfect run, this would be, something no one really expects, right? But, of course, still, not very early, but we are in the middle of a match. A lot of things can happen, but of course, ROC, they already took their pause. Not much time to discuss things if that is, very necessary, but of course, ROC on the BL side of things, they set the tone, they can just, play very slow, very fast. It's up to them. So they can actually have some, talking time if they really want to. But I don't think this is, something they need right now. Pietro in a very good position for some multi-kills. Snake, the first one to be tested, is actually going to be Pietro. Pietro with 2. Can he find a third? Damp. He has to look out. Pietro is very hot on kills right now. Totson comes to help his friend out. Damp. Not sure if that grenade is worth all that much. It actually takes a good HP off Pietro before he actually finally gets taken out by Totson. And now, Totson, will his aggression continue? I don't think he has to necessarily. I mean, there's Damp in the back. The Alucard will actually take him out instantly. Damp left alone. And you know what? Jinza takes him out as well. unKnights, once again, a very strong round.
Yeah, really good way to close out the half for them. It's going to be 6-3, and even with it being a slightly GR-sided map, I feel like unKnights is in a really good position to find themselves a win here on Compound. But ROC Esports, they had a couple of good rounds after the pause, but this half definitely needs to be a lot stronger from them if they want to win this series, because unKnights, they're playing on a pretty high level today. Everybody's kind of hitting their stride. Everybody's connecting on the shots. There's not one player really carrying them through. It's everybody on unKnights coming to play today. But for ROC Esports, it just feels like there's a bit of a miss on a couple of these players today. So I'm hoping we can see some extra strong performances coming into this second half, because they need the star players to shine if they want this team to find their way through to a win today. But it's also one of those situations, where if you've been undefeated for a long time, you start to forget what it's like to lose, and maybe they're going to learn today.
Yep, very possible. But we are getting ready to jump back into the game as we have another look on unKnights here. Hello. How is everyone doing? So far, I would say unKnights, pretty happy with their results, but as you can see, everyone is super focused, right? You look at Alucard there, just shaking his head like, yep, not even close to be done here, right? So everyone really happy, but still very focused. That's pretty much what I would say here. And you know what? Of course, the side switch will come through now. And yeah, like you said, one side is better than the other. But with this aggression here by ROC all over the mid here, all over mid. Just waiting for anything they can find. But of course, unKnights. It almost seems like they kind of expected that, right? Look, everyone is so passive, waiting. Of course, back. He wants a map control, takes out Horus. It's not even done yet. Can he find a second? This is the case. He gets a second. Snake. He will get Pietro. Not the end of the world, of course, but of course, ROC. They won't go down without a fight.
Yeah, now in the 4-on-3. Yeah, looks to try and activate. He's going to find the kill on to Beck. That's a really nice way to keep things moving even. But now the time, still 90 seconds on the clock, and it's up to unKnights to figure out where they want to go with it. You can see Alucard, he's very, very low on HP. He's going to have to be extremely careful himself, and he might run into trouble in the mid-tower position. You can see Snake right there beneath him on the other side of it. Meanwhile, Damp still comfortable holding on to this A-long position. He's going to win one fight there. He gets quickly traded down as Alucard falls out of the tower as well. It's Kiko versus 2. He's going to have a chance to maybe go for the plant if he wants to, but instead, he's going to go ahead and get a little bit more aggressive, pushing all the way through mid, and maybe even back to B. The timing here could be picture perfect if he sneaks across at the right moment. And look at this. He's going to have full control over the B bomb site. What a good play call from Kiko. It's so much harder to retake this bomb site. Kiko gonna run into some trouble here. Gets taken down on the rotation, and ROC Esports win the first round of the half.
Yep. Once again, it was Kiko on the clutch. Not able to close it down, of course. Easier said than done, but I think he kind of gambled a bit too much. Could have been more secure on A, but again, easier said than done. So I like his decision here, just to split around mid. And once again, look at this ROC, super aggressive, not wasting any time. But Jinsta, once again, will take Horus. I think last round was actually back, but doesn't matter. Horus will go down. It's Snare. The aggression pays out this time around. Beck will fall to the ground here. Look at this, towards belong. Hey, Kiko, look for it to the top. And again, not going down without a fight. Pietro will go down. And now it's only Damp left alone. And with a sniper in hand, I don't know. 1v3. He's already been spotted out, I believe. Fully blinded by the lights here. What is he doing? Oh, not facing the right direction here. Kiko takes him out. What a round, right? I mean, ROC not wasting any time, but it didn't really work out.
Yeah, ROC Esports, they need to be a little bit careful on these mid pushes because unKnights, they're set up and ready for them most of the time, so I don't think it's going to be the play moving forward to keep doing that. They need a little bit more of a passive approach if they want to win this map, and you can see this time around, they are going to be playing safer except for Totson pushes up for Killer, but look at the shots from Jin! Back-to-back headshots with the Colt to get the round started. Now Snake asking with it, and he's going to actually find 2 there himself, still looking for more. Kiko able to recover the C4, but the rotation is already on the move. Beck, he has to be the master plan here for them to win this round. He's already snuck through onto the back of A. Starting to pull these defenders back over is going to be so huge. And look at this over-rotation from Damp and Horus. They're trying to hunt down Beck, but Beck's already snuck onto the B bomb site. Snake going to be all alone here as the push comes through. The timing perfect from Beck, and that's going to allow them a free plant here.
Yep, Beck, very, very good positioning by him here, just sneaks through the back. And of course, ROC not ready for this one. Now in a clutch situation, Horus and Damp, of course. Horus, a very experienced player, and Damp, the sub jumps in. Might be able to, perform with some magic, but see what they can do. And actually, you know what? unKnights doesn't even look close at all, and you can tell Alucard, yelling. He's like, yeah, let's go, guys. You know what? We are the better team today. Maybe the better team overall. And you know what? I like what I'm seeing. I mean, unKnights, on paper, once again, technically not the better team, but today, I mean, look at this, 8-4, and this is ROC's map pick as well. And Alucard, a little bit risky there. Yeah, go back, chill a bit, and once again, we see a very aggressive ROC playstyle. They do it over and over again. Hasn't really worked out yet, but maybe today, maybe right now on this map. Not sure. Alucard takes out Snare. Now Totson with the refresh. So what is up with this guy? He's so sharp with his AK frags lately. I don't know. Snake, he needs to back up now. He needs to stall this push, but I don't think unKnights has any plan to push that further. And Temp actually gonna be taking out Beck once again. Beck just sneaking through any hole he can find there, and not this time around, didn't work out. But unKnights, they look very strong.
Yeah, a lot of the round here comes down to Damp again in this A-long position. He needs to get at least one, maybe even two, to keep the round alive. He's able to find the first onto Alucard. Pietro very low on HP as well. Makes this extremely difficult for unKnights to think about winning, but there's still a full minute. The rotation might come through. You can see Horus just playing for information here, trying to push out and find what he can. And this is where unKnights has to think about this carefully. Where are they going to take this C4 to try and win it all the way out? It looks like they are going to double back towards this A-long position, but I really like this A setup coming through from ROC. It's going to be Damp holding that first point of contact, but Horus, he is so close. He can help swing if that's going to be necessary on this hold. And comes the fight. It's going to be a missed shot. Oh, doesn't matter. Horus lines them up and mows them down. Very, very good hold on that A bomb side. And ROC Esports getting this a little bit closer now.
Yep, I mean, Damp missing a crucial shot, but of course, your boy Horus lining him up. That's a quick double kill, and you know what? This match is far from over. I mean, of course, unKnights leading by 3 rounds, but ROC still looking for an answer. Still not done. Maybe they figured it out. Every team has a weakness. Maybe they found unKnights. So if they, they tried a lot of aggression, they tried a lot of, unpredictable gameplay, let's say like that, but it hasn't really worked out. Maybe ROC found another way. Maybe it is going to be less aggressive, but as I said, I look at A-long. What is this? Horus. And of course, Nair just sneaking through. Have they been spotted yet? Oh, Pietro missing some crucial shot. He's still not dead. There you go, finally. Horus takes him out. Beck does the rest, and that's that. That was a little bit too close for comfort. And of course, Alucard. This guy has been so good with the arm all that long, and he's not even done yet. ROC now in a difficult position. It's Snake and Damp. I feel like Damp is always alive late. Not sure why that is the case. I haven't really focused on that guy too much, but nonetheless, it's a 4 versus 2, Kyle.
Yeah, this is going to come down to the individual plays here. Both of them very split up between Damp and Snake. You can see Damp trying to reposition. They're going to go ahead and stack it on the B side of the map. I do like the call here. Normally this is the harder site to retake. But the problem they're going to run into very quickly is it doesn't seem that unKnights is too interested in attacking the B bomb site. You can see Beck working for that info on mid. It is going to be a double smoke screen, so maybe they do end up pushing mid to B here. You've got to hope if you're a ROC Esports fan that is the case, because it's all going to come down to this fight now. It is a mid to B push, potentially. It's going to put all of that pressure onto Damp, and he's just going to run right into a wall of players. He's able to find one. That's going to be it. The rotation from Snake has to be perfect to hold this bomb site down. He's going to go ahead and find himself the first, but still, there's no time to plant the C4. They might have just lost it off of that. 1 second on the clock. The C4 is able to get planted, but now Snake, he knows things are not looking good on this retake. It's going to be Jin just tucked away underneath on the snares. Jin gets the turnaround, and that is going to bring it to 9. One more needed for unKnights to take map 1.
Yep. What a game so far, and I have to say one thing. One thing I want to mention is nice jump shot, no scope from Damp onto Kiko. I mean, yeah, it wasn't too far away, you know, like both players were next to each other basically, but still, that's not something you do all day. And once again, we see ROC Esports here, Snare already leaning back in his chair like, ugh, this is not looking very good so far. And it seems like maybe we have a little bit of an issue here. Not quite sure what's going on with Snake's keyboard here, but they figure it out for sure. So, Kyle, I want to, have your opinion on this. So, obviously, we both didn't really expect ROC Esports to fall like this, but considering next map is going to be Eagle Eye and it's unKnights pick, what can we expect?
I think if this one does end in the next round, it's going to be a pretty big momentum boost for unKnights. I wouldn't be surprised if they take the series 2-0 at this point. After a map like this, the momentum is definitely going to be on their side to probably make that a reality. But ROC Esports, a very good team when the pressure is on, so it's definitely not over even if they lose this first map. They've shown in the past they are very strong on Eagle Eye. I think back to their match against Gaimin Gladiators, they were able to beat them pretty well on that map. So I feel like in this series, there's a lot of opportunity still for ROC Esports to make a comeback, and they're one of the few teams against unKnights where I think this scoreline isn't that scary. There's still a chance they could even win this first map if they come back strong after this pause and find a way to tie it up. But I think a lot of it comes down to what we see from a player like Snare. I feel like Damp coming in as the sub, I was going to question him the most at the start, but he's actually one of the better players we've seen throughout the map so far. It's the rest of the veterans on this team that need to find a way to step up and make things happen, because that's what's missing for me. I mean, I think Snare, since the first pause, has only had one kill, and he's normally the one opening up a map like this for the side of ROC Esports.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I couldn't agree more with you, right? So, Damp is maybe not as good as Slayer overall, but I would still give him some credit. Like, yo, you do an excellent job, and this is the case here. And Beck is back. Hello, welcome back. And maybe we are going back into the game shortly. But what can we say about unKnights so far? Hey, we have to consider one thing. They only lost once to Gaimin Gladiators, right? So maybe they are as good as ROC, potentially better, but again, there are so many factors we have to consider. And if we focus on today only, I would say Slayer missing in the mix is a big factor, but obviously unKnights, they came prepared, they came ready to go, and they're not wasting any time whatsoever. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, they're looking to go full push B to maybe end this right away, and Snare going down at the start of the round. Not what you want to see for ROC Esports. The key entry falls once again to Alucard, who's given him a lot of trouble all map long, and Alucard probably knows this team better than anyone on the side of unKnights, so no surprise to see him going aggressive for these early fights against some of his former teammates here. But ROC Esports, this is where things get tough. 4v5, this is a must-win round to keep the map alive. You really need some star power to find its way through, and already unKnights is setting their sights on this A-long room. You can see Horus, this time the player holding on to the other side of it. He's going to go ahead and back off as well. ROC Esports, they don't normally play scared, but they do seem a bit nervous in this situation.
Yep, and to be fair, they have to be, right? I mean, unKnights, with such a lead, with so much aggression, and even in this round already starting with an advantage here. So, ROC, there's a lot to be scared about. And it's not even done yet. I mean, you have to face unKnights on their map pick, regardless if, even if ROC wins now, they still have to face them on that map. So, if they lose this first set, I don't know about you, but this looks a bit scary. And Toxin makes things a little bit easier, picks up Pietro, but there's 4 more. Oh, he gets another one. And he gets another one. Yep, and maybe one more. Yep, Jinster stalling the push. Of course, there's Alucard helping him out. He picks up Horus. Let's see what more can be done. 30 seconds on the board, not much time to play with. And of course, Alucard, look how sharp this guy is. He takes out them. with a nice quickscope, but of course, Snake finds Jinza. Now it's 15 seconds on the board. Go Alucard. You cannot check every angle there, and of course, Totson will finish the job, makes things more likely to go ROC's way overall, but I mean, this is super close so far.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these rounds coming down to individual plays. This time it was Totson who was able to hang on to it for ROC Esports with a nice triple kill on the B-bomb site execution, and now they've got to find that 3 more times to push it into OT. ROC Esports, they are no stranger to comebacks, even in the first map, so would not surprise me to maybe even see them do it here today. They've got the firepower on this team to make it happen. It's surprising to me that unKnights is already on 9 in this map, but for unKnights, they've got to be able to hold on to this opportunity. This is their chance to win, and not only win, but on ROC Esports pick as well. It would be a huge way to potentially push them all the way into a series win. Horus is going to get the early spot, hits the headshot as well. Unfortunately, not going to find anything else. And this is where the rest of ROC Esports has to find a way to make something happen in this round. They're not going to have any strength really on this mid position. It's only Snake holding the back left corner from the A bomb side, but these 2 players towards the B pillars will be getting a little bit more active. You can see Snare and Totson both pushing up for info here. Totson might go all the way through, and if he can catch a couple players off guard, this could be a really key moment.
Could be. We have seen this one before. Let's see what Totson can do from his position. I don't think he will over-aggress. He will just stall and wait. No need to push and die too early on. Last round, unKnights started with an advantage. This time around, it's equal. Oh, look how close that is. Snare. That angle is perfect. He picks up here, see what he can do. Gets another one. Kiko. Almost a third onto Jinza, but there's Totson with the timing. Perfect. This is why he waited. This is why he is such a good player. But of course, Jinza picks up Damp as well. Now it's a 1v1. Bomb has been dropped. Time is ticking. His position is good, but his HP not as good as you would expect. Look at this. Oh, Jinza, 15 seconds on the board. You have to make a move eventually. And Totson, he plays it safe. He knows he doesn't have to, pick this fight. He can just chill, wait, let's see what happens. And oh, this is perfect decision-making from him. And Totson gets it done. And this is looking, slowly but surely, it looks better for ROC.
Yeah, it's not over just yet. The 1v1 goes their way, and it could be enough to keep the dream alive. A lot of this round comes down to Snare at the beginning, holding on for a lot longer than most players would in that position. Now ROC, can they do it again? Looking to remain undefeated on the weekend, and they've got 2 more rounds to push it into OT, but unKnights, they might have something to say about it here. You can see early pillars control from 4. They're just going to leave Beck lurking towards a long horse on the jump spot on the corner. Beck not going to spot it, though. Doesn't matter. The repeak is good for unKnights. And now they've forced a bit of a rotation here. Damp looks for the repeak onto A long. Not going to find anything. The pressure is now on the B-bomb side. It's going to be Kiko and Jin. Perfect entries. It's a 4-on-2. Time is ticking on ROC Esports, and it might be too little too late. Damn. It's all on the sub here. It is a do or die situation. Pandoxin, do you believe?
Do you believe? I don't know. I don't know. Damn, the sub player now in a very difficult position. 1 versus 4. The pressure is high, and of course, not very looking his way in our cards. He gets it done. Look how much it means to Pietro. Screaming once again. I like this. I like to see it. And yeah, what can we say? Not something we expected, but it's something I like to see, right? So unKnights take this first set home. Second map, of course, Eagle Eye. Finally get to see some Eagle Eye, right? So yeah, of course, it's going to be very, very difficult for ROC because again, it's unKnights pick, and the third map, even if we go to a third map, it's ports, and ROC Esports, they have lost on port before, and we just have to see and wait what happens. But just look at this, it's so amazing to see. I'm hyped.
Yeah, unKnights, an incredible first map in this series. I'm hoping they can find a way to maybe take this one all the way away from ROC Esports. It would be the first time they lose an entire series in this season if they can make it happen, but it feels like the opportunity is there. They've won the first map. They have their own map pick on the way as the second map. It's going to be Eagle Eye, which is historically a pretty strong map for unKnights. So I am looking forward to seeing how this series goes, but we're going to go ahead and throw it back to the desk, and we'll see you guys soon for map number 2.
Thank you so much, Kyle and Pandoxan, for all that insight. There are a few things you mentioned I'd like to highlight here as well with my fellow partner Hazem here. Second loss.
I mean, man, it's one of these scenarios where UNK are just better. Both teams did play their attack side, and both teams did abuse and utilize the mid without going to A or B. We're just going mid, split push B, split push A, and look at UNK attack side in contrast with the ROC attack side. ROC started on the attack, playing on mid, okay, getting flanked every round,
by Petro,
getting lurked by Petro every round. He's hunting them one by one. Sorry. And within the third round, they started to acknowledge this. When it was 4-0, they took a tactical timeout, and it did work. But when you're 4-0 in, they start adapting and using another strategy. Start playing on to push them. I remember there's this one round 8, when Team UNK started to push ROC Esports throughout the vent and mid, and they did win because they just invented a new strategy where we can break out of this boring routine where you're playing attack, I'm playing defense, and the defenders did push the attackers. So I think the new strategies that UNK did pull on the attack side made it one-sided half at least for them on the attack.
And I feel like unKnights did their homework, just like our caster Kyle said. These are ex-Alucard partners. They used to play together. And let's just say Petro as well has done his homework. In-game leader. Almost, I wouldn't say carrying the team. I'd say all across the board, unKnights played well. And also, Pando did mention that we thought the spotlight was going to be on Damp, but he was carrying his own weight. There was a lot of early aggression on the defensive side by ROC. Snare would peak and then get caught by Alucard. Because right after they swapped sides, you can tell that they knew that ROC was going to try to go full throttle, full aggro on defense and look for early picks. But that came at a disadvantage.
Honestly, I thought after the tactical timeout, ROC Esports would come back to the game and everything would be as normal as it gets. ROC just coming back slowly but surely, but that did not happen. UNK did show us some insane performance. I mean, Av here, Alucard is just overshadowing Snare in a clean...
The mind games.
Yeah, the mind games. And Snare is just locked in. I want to kill Alucard in the first 10 seconds. Every time he gets punished for it. Horus, he gets punished by Beck. Kiku is always there for Tutsen. It's just where the other team is simply better at every aspect within the micro or the macro gameplay, the team play, or even the individual skills. I mean, look at the solid defense and the solid retakes of Team UNK. Well, ROC Esports planted the C4 overall like 3 or 4 times within the attack side. Yeah, and the retakes is just clean. Alucard goes in, hunts someone with a sniper, and then jumps into the side, both Pick and Kiku. It's a clean sweep, clean retake. We have the site, we went the round. The tactical timeout didn't even pay any benefit for Team ROC Esports. If anything, man, it's just the better homework. The better team did win the match.
Let's not forget Genzer Beck as well. They did
He's so
outstanding.
Sharp.
But there seems to be a gap that Petro has found within ROC, that he is somehow maneuvering through the offensive side and finding 1 or 2 picks and then not even getting traded. He would just retreat back. I have all the info.
Exactly.
They're stuck in this corner. Let's wait it out.
Exactly. And I can't even blame Damb. Because, if anything, he's the only player that I saw performing he has his own presence on the map. Maybe I would have said Slayer absence did impact, but no. I think Damn
They're all professional players.
Yes, Damn did play insane.
Let's not forget both teams came into the series at a deficit at some point and made a major comeback. So who knows? Will unKnight persevere and push right through ROC, or ROC will go to map 2, which is not a weak point for them, to say the least, as Pando highlighted, and Kyle, they said that ROC have a very, very solid performance on Eagle Eye. Anyway, speaking of the casters, I would like to send it back. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you to the desk. Well, my webcam may be at 50% Pando, but guess who's at 100% right now? unKnights, killing it on the first map, and now we go to Eagle Eye for map number 2. I'm excited because this is not a map we get to see too often. It's really heavily banned out historically, but I actually think this is a great opportunity for unKnights to maybe capture this series. I think ROC Esports is probably going to have a fire beneath them after that first one, but I don't know about you. I'm feeling pretty good about unKnights potentially winning this series now.
Yep, absolutely. I agree with you. I mean, Eagle Eye, like you mentioned, usually always banned, same with Mexico, but we finally get to see it. It's a very rare map to cast here and there, but yeah, it is going to be a very interesting map, especially for ROC, because it's not their map pick, right? And unKnights, of course, they don't pick this map if they are not prepared. And let's see what ROC can do on the BL side of things. Of course, it's gonna be Alucard on A here, scoping for the stairs, but not really able to find anything as it is smoked off. And it's a little bit too scary, and Snare actually up on that tower position, taking out Alucard. One split to win this map. Look at this. I mean, ROC actually surprising to me because, they seem very prepared. Look at the Snare, takes out Kiko as well. Not even one player to go down on ROC side so far, and it's only going to be Jinza with the Let's see what he can do. I mean, obviously, he's been spotted out now. 1 versus 5. 4 players remaining, and I don't think Jinza will even go for it, right? Maybe they will actually have a little bit of a talk instead, and this is something you usually only see at like big events, I would say, like CFS or whatever. But obviously, also in here, in this league, why not take your time? Why not just, have some talk, discuss, okay, what went wrong in this first round. And, on the other side, of course, ROC look very good. They look very decisive here. Maybe they learned out of their mistakes from the previous map. But we are here to see and find out.
Yeah, very important round 2 on the way here. It's going to be up to unKnights to try and respond after a pretty tough first round, but this time it's Kiko, good for a triple kill in the B Hotel. Lines them up perfectly. Jin right there on the trade. Snare goes down as well, and very quickly it's going to be taken down to Damp in a 1 versus 5 situation. The C4 all the way over towards the B bomb side, and he's really got no map control to work with either. Alucard still holding on to the A top position. I don't think Damp spotted him drop down into the windows, and this is going to be a weird timing issue for Damp. The repeat comes through, and unKnights, that is a much better round thanks to Kiko there.
Yeah, look at this. Easy triple kill for Kiko. Snare takes him out afterwards, but the damage has been done, and Damp, sneaky. But Alucard, of course, aware of his surroundings, and this time around, unKnights, the second round looked a lot better, thanks to Kiko, like you mentioned, and ROC now in front of B, stalling a bit. You know what I actually like? Back in the days, we didn't really have too much, how you say it? I don't think we have too much, utility all over the map, like all these smokes that we are seeing today. We didn't have that, right? So definitely a big improvement. And again, all these trades so early on. Eagle Eye, such an interesting map to play and see, and of course cast as well, right? So Alucard feeling pretty comfortable on A right now. Not having too much issues. He only got picked up once from tower. Of course, he has to be aware of his surroundings, and look at Horus. Already securing the bomb site. His teammates a little bit too far away. Alucard, of course. The rest of the squad, they know what's going on. The time is ticking. 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. No stress. Horus. A little bit of a fight. Alucard tries to take him out. And look at this. Another good round from ROC, but overall, it is looking a little bit back and forth so far.
Yeah, really tough round for unKnights there. A lot of it thanks to Horus getting several 1v1s to go his way on the round. Alucard trying to hold on there, just wasn't able to get anything done. And This is where unKnights might have to play a little bit safer towards that B side of the map. They're running into trouble pretty often already in these first 3 rounds, and hopefully they can find a way to change things up. But for ROC, it's going to be a lot of pressure this time towards the A bomb site. You can see already Snare sneaking his way over to the right side of Long, just holding on to the doorway. Alucard, he's tucked away underneath, and the hard part with this spot is he doesn't have that visibility fully on the A staircase, and this is where things can be tricky. But the rotation is here as well. Pietro going to be on site with the double OM. They've got 3 OMs on the field this round. It's a huge gamble coming out from unKnights to utilize them for the opening picks, but they're going to find the first. Snare going down early, a huge player to take out, but Boris continuing to hit the shots makes it even harder. But Pietro, he's already good for a second. Beck good for a third for the team, and now it's Snake trying to wrap around, gets his way into the GR spawn. Nobody seems to know what's up just yet, but the problem here is the C4 is still in the hands of Totson, who's got 2 players running his direction, able to find the first, but he needs more than that to hold on to the round. But Pietro good for a 3rd kill for himself, and now Snake in the 1v2 knows he has to make a play. He's going to down the C4 here on the Long, but Kiko, he is already hanging on to it, and this is where Snake has to check absolutely everything. Goes for the peek on the wall, but the risk does not pay off. unKnights win the round.
Yep. unKnights. unKnights trying to, you know, flip the script a little bit. You would expect ROC to be, you know, a very dominant team, but right now, unKnights, this aggression here works out perfectly fine as well. Snare, good for 2, trying to reduce the damage, but look at this. What was this round? Speedrun, any percent or what? Insane, unKnights. They take this one in fashion, and you know what? I think unKnights, they're ready to go. They are hungry. They can smell it already. You smell that as well? I feel like maybe ROC will lose their first match here, and you know what? Again, another aggression from unKnights. They tries actually. Look at this aggression. Kiko good for 2 attempt. Left alone. He gets 2 all by himself. Left alone, no wildcards. And of course, teammate trying his very best. What is this? Are we rushing things now, Kyle?
Well, for anyone at home who wants to know why Eagle Eye gets banned, that strat is exactly why. Some teams just do not like to handle that. If you have a team that's just feeling their shots, it's so hard to beat that strat. And this is where you can see ROC Esports, look at the way they're playing after those 2 rounds. They didn't even want to go for mid control out of their own spawn, and that's exactly the pressure unKnights wanted to create here. It slows down the entire process for ROC Esports, puts them with their backs against the wall from the start of the round. But look at Kiko, he's still playing forward positions over towards B. He wants to take this fight, and he might actually have the opportunity to catch them off guard, gets the info. He's going to back off of that B position. Damp still kind of stuck here over towards A long, but Beck gets a little too anxious on the peak. He's going to be punished. That opens up the A bomb site. You can see the players now shifting very quickly across the map from ROC Esports to reclaim that control, but they still have to get past Alucard on this A bomb site.
Once again, Beck did some risky plays. Didn't really work out this time around. But again, unKnights with 2 quick rounds on their name, right? I mean, very interesting play. I like to see it. Horus now picks up Jinza. That's a start. There's 2 more to go to make things more likely to go their way. And finally, look at this aggression here from ROC. Leaving Kiko alone. And Snake. I don't know what that was. But yep, doesn't really matter. ROC take this one. And we finally see some response. I'm pretty sure they're not happy with, you know, the couple of rounds that we just witnessed. So, yeah, good response overall. Totson finally getting some frags on his name as well. Feels like he finally found a way to, you know, fight against these unKnights players. And once again, the aggression. Let's see, Totson. Is he just gonna wait? I don't feel like he's gonna wait too long. There you go, movement. Maybe, but he knows Kiko. He is in that hotel somewhere waiting for his food, but not this time around. It's really interesting, Kyle. I like what I'm seeing.
Yeah, unKnights is always really fun to watch on the GR side. They have a very hot and cold approach, but they always play aggressive on this B side of the map. This time it's actually Jin getting the first kill. Snare goes down. And the C4 still down over there as well. Totson going to go ahead and try and scoop it up. And they're going to get out of here probably. But Jin, he's looking for more. He might actually have a chance if the timing works out favorably. He's going for these spot checks. But the problem here is going to be ROC Esports not having a clue. He was going to go for that wide swing. Jin good for a second kill on the round. And now the pressure is on. You can see Pietro going for an aggressive play over towards A. Damn, though, he has no idea Pietro is here. That's a free kill all day long, and now it's a 4v2 situation. They're running out of opportunities here for ROC Esports. Snake 1 versus 4, going to be spotted out on the B bridge. Pietro swinging in for the support, but Beck is already on the flank. It's just going to be too late for ROC Esports. 5 now, halfway to a victory here for unKnights.
Yep. Interesting to see Jinsa snipe. That's something you see all day, but of course here the situation, Alucard had to fall for the team. Not the end of the world, of course. Pietro making sure the trade is given, and we see a lot of aggression towards the hotel area there. Nate with some miss, but look at this trade. Beck gets 2, Totson gets 2. The trade again. Snare and Damp versus Pietro and Alucard. A very, very quick start into the round. It's been, what, like 30 seconds maybe? So, of course, unKnights, they have the idea. They know what's going on. They have to smoke off Alucard to make things go their way. And Snare not able to find Alucard there. He will get the bomb down. Bomb has been planted. Let's see what unKnight has in store to win this round. Look at them. The positioning from him, he spots both players, misses a crucial shot once again. And now Pietro, is he going to be the aggressive player? The flash is good, I don't think it's the end of the world. Damp actually takes out both players, and look how much it means to them. Finally, ROC with a good round. Obviously, it was a little bit shaky there. It was very quick, but in the end, it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, very close first half, but 5 already for unKnights is a bit scary for ROC Esports. They still don't have a hold on this series. It's been unKnights leading it pretty much the whole time, and this is where ROC has to show something big on the GR side of this map if they truly want to find themselves a third map in this series. And right now, it is going to be Beck. The timing might work against him on this A-long fight. Totson and Beck. This is going to be a really important one to potentially decide what happens in this round, because Beck, he has no idea Totson is this far forward. If they ever go back to A, he's going to have at least a free kill for himself, maybe even 2 if he goes unchecked here. The C4 still actually just sitting down outside of B long in the BL spawn here. Horus, though, looking to activate. He has no idea there's already 3 players in hotel, but the timing is actually quite strong. He finds the opening, able to back off. Maybe, no, not this time around. It's actually Kiko and Pietro that goes swinging for the fences. The B-bomb side is already lost now for ROC Esports. Pietro just has to hang on to it, but Snake is already quick on the flank as well, and the C4 being all the way back in their spawn makes this a little bit more challenging. Pietro good for a second kill before going down. The trade not going to happen onto Totson just yet. These last 2 players overthinking it maybe a little bit too much, though. Snare, he's going to hard rotate into mid, leaving his teammate Totson alone. And just in time, he's able to trade it out. But now it is a key 1v1 here. Jin versus Snare for potentially a game-deciding round. But Jin, he has that perfect timing to sneak across Snare. He has no idea the C4 is actually already on the bomb site. But Jin, is he ready for this player lurking in the shadows? He takes the space, not going to matter. Snare wins that up close all day long.
There's so much happening at the same time, right? I mean, look at this. Horus jumps off the bridge. Oh, actually, I think he shifted through, right? But he gets Alucard without being detected, instantly trading out, right? But still, look at this. Insane. Overall, a very interesting round, but you know what? There's so many more of those rounds to go, and so far, yeah, ROC, you know, they have an answer, and as I mentioned that, of course, Pietro and Alucard take out Horus and Damp to start off the round pretty good. What is this? The bomb already been planted. The speed run round once again. Snare now trying to find anything. It's really difficult, but look at this. Snare and Totson They find Pietro and Kiko, and now this round got a little bit easier, but Jinza maybe has an answer. He gets away with his life barely, though the grenade might be good enough. He actually gets it done. Beautiful grenade here onto Jin's hand. Now, there's so much to do. Beck gets one. Alucard gets another one, and now it's only Snake with 1 HP. Is it going to be enough? It is not good enough. unKnights, they get this round done, and you know what? It was super close.
Yeah, really good positioning from Beck. I feel like he's the key to winning this round when things got tough. That decision to hide right behind the bomb site, knowing he had the timer to work with, is everything. In a position like that, and Kiko, what a way to kick off round 12. Fast headshot, takes down Horus, who was putting in a lot of work in this B-long position. Now he's going to go down without anything to say for it in this round. Damp, he's kind of alone in this B-hotel position, but the key fight could actually end up being Beck spamming through the mid-double doors here. He really wants to find this kill. He might not find it somehow. Catches Totson trying to jump away, but Snare wants the repeat here. Beck spots him out. Snare hits the quick scope anyways. Still, it is a 4-on-3 situation. The C4 slowly working its way towards B, and Damp just still holding on to long.
Yeah. Nice shot here onto Damp. Once again, Alucard proving who's boss, who's the better sniper player. It's a very risky player overall, but it didn't really matter. Pietro takes out Snake, and you know what? A ROC. Running into some issues here, I would say, because again, Snare left alone. So much work to be done, and to be fair, I don't really give him that. I don't think he's able to win this one. He gets a second. 2 more to go. unKnights have a good positioning, Bomb gets ticked, but of course, Kiko takes him out, just like that. No problem at all. unKnights, once again, they get it done. And you know what? I feel like they really like the B side here. They haven't really tried, pushing on the A side too many times. And the picks like that, I mean, damn, yeah, you go for some info, maybe you get a kill as well. But if you go down, this exact scenario happens. And, with all of these unKnights players being so good at the moment, this is a very risky play. And just one reminder, ROC hasn't lost an entire set yet. Of course, they have lost a set, but not the entire thing, like the best of 3, right? So, unKnights, is it their day to bring ROC down or not?
It's a tough one here. 3 may seem like they have this one in their hands, but with ROC Esports, it's definitely never that simple. So, for unKnights, they've got to keep their composure here. It's a tough 3 rounds to put up against one of the strongest teams in the league. And they're looking to make themselves a team that has a chance at that position. Number 1 overall, potentially theirs if they can win it here this weekend. It's going to be very close between these 2 teams for that number 1 seed overall. And it's going to be unKnights in this round, just regrouping in mid, slowing things down, trying to bait out a pick, and they might have that chance. Totson a little bit overzealous on the A-long peak. Almost catches Pietro with the nade out. Now, he is stuck in this position. There's no way out of it. Pietro knows he's low, takes the fight, wins that early fight as well, and gives his team a nice advantage for it. So now in the 5-on-4, minute left on the clock, ROC have to find a way to hold on.
You know what? You see a lot of risky plays coming out of ROC. So far, I would say it's a 50-50 thing if it works out or not. Then it goes down a lot of times. But this time around, he actually gets 2, making this round a lot easier for ROC. Damp, I think you got a 3rd one there, Jinza. Taken out as well. Back from behind, of course. Can't get it done. Doesn't really check the corner too much. And Snake takes him out. And you know what? We see some smiles, some signs of relief on this side of ROC. But of course, it is still a very likely game to, go towards unKnights overall. But still not there. There's a timeout. I think it's a good timing, actually, for timeout. So, Kyle, what do you think there is to discuss right now?
I feel a lot of this comes down to really unKnights. They're the team that needs to take control here. I feel like ROC's doing what they need to stay competitive. I think the rounds are very back and forth, but unKnights is in the pressure position here. If this goes to a map 3, ROC Esports odds of winning the series go way, way up for me, because that shows that unKnights just can't hold the line on a map where they should be very strong here. And this is where I think they have to use this time, even though it's a ROC Esports timeout, to make sure they're ready for anything ROC Esports is going to throw their way, because this is a series, frankly, with how unKnights have been playing, that shouldn't be 3 maps. They're playing like the team that should win this 2-0, and it's going to come down to ROC Esports to really do something crazy to take this away from them. So I feel like for unKnights, they just got to make sure they keep their cool. They've had some rounds where it seems like they're just taking too many individual fights, overextending a little bit. I just want to see them play really uniform as a team for a few rounds. And as we saw, their aggressive rounds where they play fully as a team have been really strong against ROC Esports on this map.
Horus left the room for a moment. Might have to visit some, places. But seems like he's already back. There you go. Sit down. So yeah, I think ROC, again, good timing for timeouts. They have a lot to discuss. Game's not over yet, but the first map compound, it looked similar for a moment. But then, unKnights, they just took it away from them. And of course, ROC, they want to be the team that hasn't been beaten yet. They want to stay like that. They don't really want to give it away. And let's see if they actually can get it done. As we once again see some aggression from the side of unKnights. Horus completely blinded, but there's a response. It's going to be Damp and Snake taking out 2 of the unKnights players, and of course they stalled this push here, but it seems like unKnights are not done yet. Jinsa take a big risk here. Takes out Damp again. See, this is what I mean. Damp, he, this position wasn't bad, not at all, but he gets downed, and all of a sudden this round looks very winnable for unKnights.
Yeah, now it comes down to this risky play you can see from Totson and Snare, pushing all the way for A long control, and Beck, he is on the other side of it, just holding the spawn archway. If he catches a player here, there could be a nice opening, but instead, they sneak Snare into the A-long room. He's perfectly prepared for that one. What a clear. And that could be a massive way to maybe capitalize and win this round. You can see the fake smoke keeps Totson on the A bomb site, leaving Snake all alone to try and hold off the B push. But for ROC Esports, they've spread themselves very thin here. No matter where unKnights goes, this is going to be a 3v1 situation.
I really like the dynamic here from unKnights. They play very fast, but at the same time, they play very slow. I know this doesn't make sense, but let me explain. They pushed very early into Hotel. Then all of a sudden, they stall, they go back, they play very slow. Beck gets rewarded for it. He was basically staying in base, right? So, very interesting gameplay. Totson actually just picks up Alucard. What just happened? They played it to perfection. Now they just gave it away. Okay, fair enough. But yeah, again, unKnights, they play very aggressive, as you can see here. And then later on, they play more reserved. They get rewarded for it. Nice shot by Beck here, by the way. And then all of a sudden, it just falls apart. I don't know. Weird. So, now we are back into this mode. Hello, Horus. You can get 1, he gets 2, maybe a third. Not this time around, as Jinsa takes him out with a nice turn. 2 versus 2 already super early on in this round. This aggression. This time around it will not work. Jinsa, he will go down. And now it's only Totson left alone.
Great call from Beck here to rotate quickly onto the A bomb site. I think this could be what wins them the round here, especially considering Beck still has a nade as well. That could actually end the round if the timing is on. It's just a little bit too early though. He has the spot. That's going to be enough to get a flash out onto the position. Misses it off the corner box, though, and Totson has to sneak his way through. I like this double stack here on Windows, but Alucard, is he going to get the timing here? Spots him crossing. That's a lot to work with. And unKnights barely skating by, but they still remain out in front.
I was kind of hoping that grenade actually hit. Would have been very cool, right? Like, yeah, just throw a nade towards a long. Will work, right? Not this time around. Was a little bit too early, like you mentioned. I think like maybe a second, if even. But yeah, it is what it is. unKnights, 1 round ahead with another aggression towards Belong. No one to be found yet. It is going to be Horus on bridge, trying to defend Hotel. And we already see a little bit of a switch up, because usually we have them close around, but doesn't really matter, as Horus just picks up 2 players, just like that. Once again, he drops down the bridge, picks up players, and dies. It's fine, you know, it was worth it. Dump, of course, takes out Kiko, making things go very well for ROC in this round. And once again, we see a very defensive unKnights. This is what I mean. Again, start aggressive early, go back later on, chill. Because they know that ROC likes to, you know, play like very, very aggressive, very late in these rounds, right? Like, ROC has the idea of something no one would expect. They do that thing. Doesn't really work out every time, but it works sometimes. And that really bit, just like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, back. What is this? You don't do that. Now Damp needs to hit that shot. It's so difficult to hit. Now Pietro and back on the bomb site. Not planting right instantly here. Chilling for a moment. But the bomb will go down eventually. There you go. And now it's going to be a very close fight as Pietro sneaks through the bomb, through the smoke. Just waits for anything. Can he find Damp or Snare? It's a very awkward situation. He actually gets it done. He finds one, but there's the trade instantly. Back now left alone. Not even close. Snare takes him out.
Yeah, nice attempt there. Unfortunately, Beck just not able to get anything done in that stairs position. It's all tied up. And now the pressure is on unKnights more than anything here. ROC, they've got nothing to lose. They're just going to be trying everything they can to push this to a third. But look at the utility stack. Snake, a double kill with the nade. Snare follows it up with a 3rd kill as well. Kiko and Jin, this could be it for them in this round. 4-on-2 situation. The C4 is going to be down on A long, and I like the call from ROC Esports, not overstaying their welcome. They're going to go ahead and fully reset, playing this one a little bit more passive because they know it is all of the pressure onto unKnights in this 2v4. With that C4 down, it takes a lot of time off of the clock that these 2 players need just to clear everything out to even think about taking either bomb side here. So for ROC Esports, it's just a matter of anchoring these positions, not playing too anxious, and especially not peeking alone here. And this is where Totson may be playing a little bit too risky. Has the forward position on the double doors. Isn't going to peek though. Just playing it for that info. A minute on the clock. The C4 is going to get scooped up, and it looks like they want to go through mid.
Yeah. I mean, Totson in the right position here. It's getting done. He picks up 1. Not quite there yet. Totson makes sure this is 100% their round. And you know what? I want to say one thing, right? So unKnights, they just made a statement, right? So they said, yo, you know what? Kings can bleed, but only a bleeding is not going to stop ROC from winning. And this is a good start. Snare takes out Alucard. Going dominant here, but as I mentioned that, Kiko and Jinsa, they turned the script right around, and they're not done yet. They're looking for overtime, and they might just get it if they continue with this pace. Horus taking a very hard fight. Kiko takes both players out. Snake dead on the floor as well. Damp the sub. Once again in a very, very difficult position. Back in the back. What is he going for? Knife kill? No, surely not. He wants to get this done. Takes out Damp with his M4. And you know what? We're going to overtime. No surprises, maybe. I'm not sure, though.
It's going to be a tough overtime. unKnights, they had a chance to get it done in regulation, but at the very least, they still haven't lost the map yet. But I would say ROC Esports is looking much better as this one has gone forward, so I feel like they're going to have to be the team to elevate themselves going into this overtime. It's very clear that Snare and Horus are playing a much stronger game on this second map compared to what we saw in the first map on Compound. On top of that, everybody else kind of hitting their stride across the board, and this is where I think they're going to have to change some things if they truly want to win this one without a third map on the table. So hoping to see maybe a bit more activation from Alucard. I feel like he hasn't found his footing quite as comfortably, but I think the other big thing they have to deal with here in overtime is just trying to find ways to make sure Horus cannot get these crazy aggressive plays to go his way. There were so many rounds we can recall here where over in that B hotel area, Horus was just pushing all by himself and finding at least 2 kills on several rounds.
Yep, I agreed. So, what is there left to say? I mean, we are going into overtime. Alucard hasn't been as strong as he was in the beginning, like you mentioned, but Alucard is only 1 out of 5 players, so not quite sure if that's going to be enough in the end. But yeah, overall, a pretty much expected result, I would almost say. Of course, it is unKnights' pick on Eagle Eye. I love seeing Eagle Eye, right? It's so amazing to see them push mid over and over again, and it works. I think we saw it like 3 times. Even those crucial rounds, ROC decided to push mid. It was so dangerous. It's such a risk to take, and they took it, and it got rewarded. And now ROC in a position to potentially bring this one home, pushing it to port. And they have lost port before, like I mentioned very early on. So, what can we expect from this one? I'm pretty sure they're hyped up, they're ready to go, but of course, unKnights, I'm not sure. I don't think they used their timeout yet, which is a little bit of a surprise because I felt like maybe, like 2 or 3 rounds ago, they should have used it to maybe bring this one home. But nope, they did not.
Yeah, a couple of clutches not working out for them, but now at least unKnights will have their chance to see if they can still get it done on Eagle Eye this time around, though. OT not off to the best of starts for the unKnights team. It's going to be 3 down early, but Kiko and Jin, they already find 2. All about the retake here. The C4 was dropped down, but Jin still has to be very careful on this rotation with that arm in hand. He might try and peek over the top to catch somebody off guard, but they have to push through the smoke, and this is where Horus has just a massive advantage on the other side of it, and you can see Jin here. He wants to find something, but there is just nothing to be seen yet. And by the time this smoke clears, they're already going to be down to under 20 seconds to really get the job done. But hey, there's another kill that'll get it started. Kiko could be the only one alive, trying to salvage everything he can, but Damp, the smart decision, picks up the AK and holds it on for unKnights to go down.
Well, it's going to be the first round for ROC, putting themselves 1 round ahead. And you know what? It was pretty convincingly too. I mean, they wasted absolutely no time. It got a little bit close in the end there, thanks to Jin. Obviously waiting till the smoke faded and he got a kill, but ultimately it wasn't enough. What a great grenade onto Horus here. Half HP he is. And look at Kiko. Kiko in the same position again. Look at this flash as well. Got Totson a bit scared, for a moment at least. And we see pretty much the same setup like we had very early on in this game. With Kiko behind that hotel position. But yeah, this time around, much slower. Just more chill overall. And I'm like what I'm seeing, If unKnights, if they take this all the way, we could be looking, at the most shocking upset in this entire league here. Back. Good 4-2. Look at this. Good flash. Good kills. And this is not even done yet.
Yeah, for unKnights, now they've got to figure out how to hang on to it. Got every advantage they need in this round, though. 5-on-2 Snare. Tough to go up against in these close fights. He's going to find one onto Pietro now. He's looking for that secondary kill Over on the B bomb side, Jin has a nice position to maybe catch him off guard, though, but Snare actually sneaks underneath the window, and this is going to be potentially a bad situation. Snare behind enemy lines, able to find Jin on the flank, and now Snare has disrupted this one enough to maybe win it after all. But just as I say that, Kiko right there with a nice little tap to take it down to the 1-on-3. The sub looking to do all the heavy lifting this time around. 1 versus 3, but Alucard, this spot isn't going to go checked easily. And Damp goes down. We're tied right back up.
Yeah, glad we got to see that double kill from back once again. Also this, Jinsa, check your surroundings. But no, very hard one to check, to be fair. And so far, Snare really feeling this overtime. 5-1. But so does Jinsa. Nice collateral. We get more from his position. Look at this flash. It's so good. Horus takes out Alucard regardless. And look at this. Again, 30 seconds in. It's a 2v2. Back to the same storyline. It's going to be Horus with the bump. Looking for something. Not quite sure. He's not looking for the bomb plant yet. Nope. Actually decides to drop the bomb as well. Very interesting. But I guess Snare is going to be the person who plants the bomb. This is the case. Yeah, just check. This is actually very dangerous there, right? So whenever you are on A top, you could get sniped from pretty much anywhere, right? So you could get sniped from tower, hotel, bridge, whatever, right? You name it. But bomb is planted. Kiko and Jinsa now in this retake situation. They decide to group up, which I like to see. Now Snare with the jump spot there. He spotted them. Horus, of course, aware now. He knows. Missed some shots, Kiko. Gets killed, so does Jinsa. Not the end of the world. Horus, he gets it done. Was a little bit shaky there, but in the end, the round matters only. And you know what? ROC is pushing this to the end.
Yeah, for ROC, this is their chance. That's a really good opening half. But it's not over until it's over for unKnights. They've got the BL side to maybe make their comeback on this second map. Otherwise, it is going to be Port as the decider in this series. So still potentially a tough one on the horizon for both of these teams if we do get there. But for unKnights, they're looking to stop it right in its tracks. If they can have a really good BL side, that would be enough to get this one done. But it's going to require 3 in a row, and that is where the challenge is going to be in their hands. It's not easy, especially on this side of the map, to push this one to a 3-0 overtime half. A 2-1 means we might go to that golden round at the end of the day. Haven't seen too many golden round finishes this season so far. I think this would only be maybe the second or third that we've seen all season long. So I'd be excited to see if it all comes down to that in this one, especially with an entire series against ROC Esports on the line. That is a lot of pressure, I'm sure, for unKnights to deal with already, especially in overtime in this one. So I'm curious to see how they handle the pressure, because for unKnights right now, this is kind of the most they've had to face in the season so far.
Yeah, we are about to jump back into the game. And you know what? So far, I'm like what I'm seeing. It's very close. A very tight competition here. Much better than, you know, on Compound. And I'm not sure if we are going to see a third map, Port. But if we do, I feel like this is most likely to be even more interesting, as again Totsin with a very risky play. You like to see it here and there, but of course, risky plays don't always get rewarded. And Snake, this is going to be a very, very hard one for him here. Nope, Pietro takes him out. And this time around, unKnights, they will secure the bomb site here. Dump, last man standing against 4. Let's say maybe, but most likely it is not going to work out. You can tell he's not even moving yet, he's just chilling. And the timing is off. Pietro takes him out. Brings this one back to break even. So far, we see risky plays here and there. We see some misplays. But overall, you can't really tell where this is going to. Like, everyone is really stepping it up. No one is really left behind, and you might wonder, like, how would this look like with Slayer in the mix? What do you think?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I feel like ROC Esports as a whole, they're playing well this map. I think it'd actually be a pretty similar situation. Maybe they do better on map number 1, but map number 2, it's been a very even back and forth. This time Horus, he's getting punished a lot more in this map than he was before in regulation. In overtime right now, he's struggling quite a bit. It's a 4-on-3 situation. The trades are there, and they're going to continue to be for unKnights. This could be a huge round if they can hang on to it. Damp and Snake, the weight of the map on their shoulders here in this 2-on-3. You can see the C4 getting planted as well. Damp going to be approaching from the mid-ramp, but Snake already wrapping his way on A long. But Alucard has to be able to hold on to this up close. The trade right there and perfect. Now Damp going to be stuck in a 1v2 situation. Almost scary. They lined up for him, but they still hang on to it. And now unKnights, they still have the opportunity to win it in this final round.
If unKnights keep the pressure up, ROC might crumble for the first time, and right now, it seems very likely. Of course, unKnights 1 round ahead. They can take bigger risks, of course, but ROC, no more space for any mistakes. One mistake will cost them the entire set here. And you can tell Totson, no more risky plays, no more pushing mid, nothing. He will chill, sit, and see what happens. And look at unKnights. They probably expected something very, very unusual, like an instant mid push or something. I don't know, but you can really tell by their positioning. But yeah, it is a very close matchup. Let's see. There is some setup being prepared by unKnights there. You can tell some smokes, a pop flash for mid, a triple stack coming out from ROC onto the A side, and it's actually going to be an A side push here from unKnights. Let's see how this one works out. Boom, the smoke, just like that, and Pietro takes out Snare as well. And you know what, Kyle? Is this the upset we have been waiting for? I'm not quite sure yet, but people fighting against that smoke. Is he able to find anything from his position? It's gonna be Horus. I got back, but look at this! It is actually unKnights winning this one, and look at Pietro, how much it means to him. It is a very nice upset. I love to see it.
Everybody's been ready for the upset of the season, and I think we may have just seen it here. ROC Esports, for the first time, goes down. They don't find the single map in this one. It is 2-0 from unKnights. A one-sided first map, but a very close and well-fought second map to get there. Is going to give these guys a big momentum boost and potentially a first-place position on this season at the end of the weekend. You love to see it because this just shows how close these teams are at the very top. These top 4 getting closer and closer every week that progresses, but for unKnights, it has to feel good after that one.
Yeah, it has to be, right? The giant has fallen, guys. No more ROC on, on the top list, maybe, potentially, we'll see. But yeah, overall, insane performance from unKnights. Of course, ROC, they kept it close, but in the end, you have to admit it, unKnights 2-0. No one ever expected that, especially on paper, right? But maybe the Slayer missing in the mix, but I don't feel like Damp did a bad job. But guys, don't go anywhere. We will go to a quick pause. See you soon.
كوبايه الشاي بتاع الكينج. يعني دايما الخمسه يخشوا الروم، كله يبقى جاهز، كله ده ريدي. كوبايه الشاي تحضر. لا ما ينفع كوبايه الشاي تحضر على طول، لازم يروح يجيب كوبايه شاي ويجي. كينج
دايما كينج وساعات بوكر يعني.
انا ما بعرفش ابدا الجيم فعلا غير بكوبايه الشاي، فهي لازم تكون سخنه، فهو قبل الماتش بدقيقه مثلا فلازم اقوم اعملها عشان عقبال ما تغلي وكده تبقى جاهزه.
هو مفيش حد بيجي متاخر، كلنا بنيجي في نفس الميعاد.
هو مفيش حد بيدي جولز غيري، فلو رديت هيبقى انا. فطبيعي انا يعني.
بينجوين، بس لما بيبوت بيبقى يا انا يا هانت.
ما فيش حد بيكون، هو بينجوين لو مات في الاول الراوند بيبقى انا يا كينج فعلا.
لو بينجوين مات كينج.
هانت.
اي حد، لان احنا كلنا فريق لسه بنبتدي جديد دلوقتي، فاعتقد كله قدامنا بالنسبه لنا هيبقى تشالنج يعني.
انوبيس ويل سي كي.
ممكن unKnights.
مفيش حد، كل واحد يا رب.
اي حد مش فارق.
ال سي كي.
اكيد انا.
بينجوين يعني.
ممكن بينجوين، هو كابتن بتاع التيم بتاعنا.
بينجو.
اكتر واحد جد في التيم بانجو.
موقف هو بخصوص ديرتي، هو بياخد الجهاز بتاعه في البيت فعلى طول منه بيفصل، يجي الجيمنج هاوس الجهاز ما بيفصلش، فهو في حاجه ايه هي احنا ما نعرفش.
انا في موقف حصل معايا مع بوكر يعني. في مره واحنا في التيم زمان، في يومين ما حضرش البراكتس يعني، فبساله ليه يا بوكر ما بتحضرش براكتس؟ قال لي القطه بتاعتي نطت من الدور ال 12. فبقول له طب ايه اللي عمل دلوقتي؟ يقول لي بتعمل عمليه. كان قاعد مع القطه يومين، فكنسلنا يومين براكتس عشان بوكر قاعد مع القطه.
انمي تيم خد السايت فاحنا بالريتيك، كنا اول مره نجرب الريتيك فعملناه صح، انبسطنا كلنا فسيبنا البومب ومشينا. محدش عمل ديفيوز.
هو مفيش موقف معين، بس الموقف بتاع السي 4 اللي كلهم بيذكروه ده هو فعلا اكتر موقف، لدرجه الكوتش خد باله قال مين اللي ساب السي 4 ومشي ما دفهاش، وقعدنا نهزر شويه وبس.
هو الريتيك بتاع السي 4 ده.
كينج. امال ايه يا عم؟
انا
مفيش حد.
ساعات بهزر كده.
بوكر مشكله مش طبيعي. لا هو ساعات كينج، بس بالنسبه لي انا بوكر يعني فظيع.
كينج.
هانت.
هانت وديرتي.
ديرتي وبينجوين برضو في كلاتشات، يعني انا حرفيا ما فيش ولا مره ساعات في كلاتش خسرها.
كلنا.
انا وانت.
في الكلاتشز ديرتي.
هانت.
هانت وشويه ديرتي.
بينجوين هو الاي جي اللي بتاعنا.
هو مش حد بعينه، احنا كلنا بنفكر ان جيم كده، بس بتبقى على حسب، بس اكتر واحد بيفكر في الجيم بينجوين.
في التيم عموما بانجو.
كان اوبشن زمان، بس يعني عافرت لحد ما ظبطت الموضوع ده. خناقات حصل فالموضوع ظبط.
لا في البروفيشنال تيمز مفيش كده خالص، او في مواعيد. لا في نظام.
احنا عندنا 2 انكرز، فطبيعي بنعتمد عليهم، فهم الاثنين بيست عندنا، بوكر وهانت. في مابس بوكر بيانكر، وفي مابس هانت بيانكر، فنعتمد على الاثنين جدا.
بوكر.
بوكر.
ديرتي.
هانت وبوكر الاثنين.
هانت برضه الصراحه. مابس ومابس، بس هانت
بقالي كتير قوي والله انا كنت هقول لك 11، لقيت احنا 2025، فبقالي 14 سنه بلعب كروس فاير، يعني من عمر كوميكس. انا اسف يا كوميكس.
والله انا بلعب بقالي كتير بس فور فن، بس جد وكده من 2018 مثلا.
يعني انا بروفيشنال 3 سنين وسنه مثلا ممكن فور فن كده.
2014.
من 5 سنين مثلا.
بقالي 6 سنين، بس بقالي سنتين يعني في الاي سبورتس وكده.
طبعا كل الناس، احنا فريقنا لسه جديد، احنا اجدد فريق حرفيا، يعني احنا اكتر فريق ريفورم، فاحنا طبعا هدفنا ان احنا نحط نفسنا وسط التوب 4. طبعا مهمه مش سهله، بس احنا قدها، واحنا تعبنا الفتره اللي فاتت، احنا نستحق نكون موجودين في التوب
4. هدفي الدوري السنه دي ان احنا نكون توب 4. بجهز له ازاي ما ينفعش نقول.
هدفي ان احنا نحقق توب 1 في الليج.
توب 4 ان شاء الله، والورلد كاب نروح الورلد كاب كده وتجهيزاتنا يعني بتبقى سيكريت، يعني ما فيهاش حد يعرفها.
والله اهدافي اللي احنا يعني كل واحد بيعمل اللي عليه، سواء المين او الصب ممكن اي وقت يلعب، فكلنا بنشتغل بنفس، كل واحد ليه روتين بيعمله، ميعاد بنصحى فيه، ميعاد بننام فيه، وحاجات تانية مش هينفع نذكرها طبعا.
ان شاء الله يعني نبقى من التوب 4، والتجهيزات دي بتبقى سيكريت.
اتمنى الناس تشجعنا، وطبعا احنا لسه فريق جديد، فممكن يكونش كل الناس عارفانا، بس باذن الله نقدر نعمل حاجه كويسه تخلي الناس تيجي وتشجعنا وتعرفنا اكتر عن كروس فاير.
شكرا لكل الناس اللي بتشجعنا، وان شاء الله نكون عند حسن ظنكم.
شكرا لاي حد بيشجعنا، وان شاء الله وي دو ذا بيست يعني.
طبعا بحب اشكرهم.
ان شاء الله نبقى من التوب 4 السنه دي، والسنه دي تكون احسن من السنه اللي فاتت.
احب اشكرهم طبعا اللي هم واقفين في ظهرنا، سواء مصريين او عرب او اي جنسيه اخرى يعني، بس وان شاء الله نكون عند حسن ظنكم.
Welcome back, and what a bunch of games that we got to witness here with the audience, with the analysis of our casters. What do you think?
Might be the best game I've ever witnessed till now. Might be the best of three I've ever witnessed till now. It wasn't a crossfire game. It was a massacre between both teams.
It was a war.
Yeah, the amount of aggression that we've witnessed from Team unKnights and from Team ROC Esports, whenever any team of these two teams were on the attack side, is insane, man. Speaking about aggression, look at Big and Kiku and Pete with these pyramid of death, man. Just insane. They are everywhere. On the side, you find them while they were attacking. You find them planting DC for the post plant. Is insane for Team unKnights. Dotson did play some aggressive rounds. I mean, when it was 7-6 for Team ROC Esports, I thought ROC Esports would take it, and Dotson did have some aggressive plays when he was playing defense. And when you're playing defense, you don't expect to push the attackers. You expect the attackers to push the defenders. That's Crossfire. But no, in the ROC Esports Wars, it's another storyline. They used to push the attack side while they were playing defenders, and they showed us a great potential. And for ROC Esports, man, they showed heart, they showed soul, but Kiko had another plans.
Yeah, I agree. Kiko as well, and this is something our cast Pandoxon mentioned, that unKnights managed to adapt to ROC's aggressive gameplay. They would step forward first of all and contest them at their moves,
aggressive,
and then play a bit more conservative and wait for the impatience or the extra aggression that comes through from ROC and capitalize on it. Even some of the rounds that ROC's momentum would start off well with 1-2 kills, you'd see Genzer or Kiko or any of the players take a step back, recover, get their own 2-3 kills, and then make it equal on both sides.
What I really like about Team unKnights playstyle, other than they are just talented players, they know how to adapt to other teams' playstyle. When we saw in the first map, when Team ROC Esports started playing on mid, utilizing the mid and flanking on B, trying to get the first blood and first kills, Team unKnights adapted. Okay, let's make someone hold the flank, let's make someone hold the lurk, because if Horus comes from behind, you'd find Kiko just holding there. It's just one tactical timeout, Koshari, for Team UNK, just to adapt. Okay, that's how they play. And big shout out for UNK coach, like their readability, he can read how they play, how they change the play style. Just one tactical timeout to switch up everything.
Yeah, even the utility was used. And let's take it to our MVP. It is my honor to be here interviewing you today, Kiko. How was it? Tell me how you feel, man. Please explain.
First of all, hello guys once again. I mean, the feeling being for the regular season at least top 1, it feels great, but we still have a lot of games ahead, so I don't want to be cocky.
Yeah, and that's very humble of you. I respect that. I really do. Initially speaking, what was your, not game plan, let's not leak that, but how were you feeling playing against ROC, and you consider them your contenders as well?
I mean, ROC is very talented team, I would say. They are hitting the shots, but so far we are hitting also our shots. We have built like, how can I say this? It's like a different meta, I would say. So we are doing very good on it, and we're gonna continue like this.
So you've evolved your gameplay, as we can all see, and the audience. I'll take it to Hazem. Do you have any questions for Kiko?
Kiko, I think this was the most important game for you guys, judging from the standings. They are the first, you guys are the second. So my question is, what's next for you guys? Where do you see yourself in the next games?
We're gonna try to be in top 1. But anyway, the most important games are going to be in the playoffs, so securing the top 4, it's enough for us.
So you're relieving some of the pressure and just making sure you secure top 4 before you show any of your cards. I respect it, man. I really do. Thank you so much, Kiko. Best of luck to you and your organization. I appreciate your entertainment. Thank you so much. Have a good day, man. Wow, man. What an individual.
Yeah. Well, I love our CrossFire players, man. They are just confident yet humble,
Very,
man.
yeah.
Yeah, very
That's
humble.
why they are where they are, you know, if you think about it, right? You cannot just take one win regardless against who and inflate yourself. No,
we'd be happy about their win more than them.
I would be jumping around, my guy. Like, I would be.
But when you interview them, they'd be like, hey, job's not finished.
I agree. And what 2 games? I was hoping for 3, I'm not going to lie. Unbiasedly speaking, I just love watching and being a host
Look,
for
when you
CrossFire
see
as
that
well.
level of CrossFire, you want 4 maps. I don't know how we're going to do it, but you want 4 maps. But the only thing we're going to go is 2 maps for unKnights. I mean, listen, man, 10 players, just clash of titans. And they did, it's the first against the second. And they did give us a game that suits the atmosphere.
And let's not forget, ROC did not underperform. I mean,
Not at
with
all,
the
man.
absence of Slayer, nonetheless, I
Not
think
at all.
Damp did step up, just like Pando mentioned. It almost went to the, what do they call it, golden round, which is very rare to happen, you
And
know what I mean?
Pando did ask Kyle,
It did,
do you
yeah.
think if Slayer was here, something would be different? He said, no, I think the situation would be similar because it wasn't Damp fault for the loss. I mean, it was a teamwork, and if anything, Team UNK did play better at the end of the day.
Yeah, we'll see how these 2 teams fare in the rankings, especially if they move on to playoffs. Let's go to our next match, which is not anything below the first match as well. This is 2 teams who are battling it and trying their best, especially GV. Let's say TBI is relatively new. GV had an amazing performance yesterday against GG, which is former LCK. But let's not forget as well, TBI, as they said, and they promised, they are here to stay and they will try their best to maintain at least a top 4 position. You know what I mean? What's your insight on both teams?
Man, following the last upset for ROC and unKnights, we have a new upset. We had a new upset actually yesterday, GV and GG. No one expected GV to win, let's be honest, because GG has, they are the 3rd of the standings. So who would have thought that GV, the 5th, that they were the 6th place, win the game. And now GV, stronger than ever, and after the interview that we had yesterday with GV, they were like, okay, we're ready to take it down to the next level. And what I love is progressing with the weeks. We progress with the level also. And the level do increase between both teams. Now, that's for GV level and for unKnights level. But the big question is, will the same thing happen with TBI? Because their performance and their gameplay says otherwise. It says that we're here, we're playing, but it's not the best. We can't put ourselves in put our hands on a victory. And as I told you before, Koshari, the thing is about TBI, they can get themselves the first map, meaning I expected 3 maps in this series.
I hope so, as always.
They can get the first map, but they automatically lose the second 2 maps, man. And it's not an easy one for them still. It's a close match. What I hate about TBI the most, that come on, man, end the game, end the last 3 rounds. Why do you always choke it?
Let's hope they've evolved as well as the other teams have. Nonetheless, TBI does have a solid roster that I'm pretty sure can match GV, but GV has a lot of tempo and momentum based on yesterday's game. Let's hope both teams have had a good night's sleep, a good meal in their belly, and we'll see. What do you want to talk about first? I think
I think we need to talk about yesterday winners first. GV.
I agree.
I mean, with
first game was weird, man. Like I felt it in the atmosphere because having to pause multiple times due to technical reasons would force the players' heat and adrenaline to just slow down.
GV side. It was from GG side, from Flex. Yes, exactly.
But he did stand out though later on.
Exactly. In the 3rd map, we saw the guy was going back and forth with the kills, but it's all about GV tonight. I'm super excited to see more of NLS though, because when NLS was there, his presence was spectacular. You've seen the guy coaching, playing with balloons, and when you see the 3 snipers in the game, man, while you're in your defense,
I would not want to be first entry in that situation on the
Forget about the first entry being Penguin and the Hunt and the boys. They were like, no, I'm not doing this. I'm not entering because now we have a sniper on A, now we have a sniper on B, and you have a sniper on mid side.
Yeah.
It's like, no, I don't want to push them.
I mean, we did interview NLS. What a charming young man. And he did tell us that they are ready. They are here to fight. They are here to stay. They are committed and invested, and God knows how many hours they've invested into practice rounds and strategies with their coach.
Yes.
Now, I'd like you to highlight a little bit more about the players for the people who weren't here yesterday.
Okay, if you want to talk about GV and key players, I'll tell you two names. That is FaZe and Snox. If you've never watched Crossfire, well, you're on to a surprise, man. FaZe and Snox, both of them were on 23 kills. They were both playing snipers yesterday, and man, it's some next level gameplay for these two
That's
individuals.
even impressive for like competitive play as well,
Exactly.
to be able to secure that kind of KDA.
Exactly, especially that GV first 2 weeks was not the best, but moving on, yesterday and the day before, they were just stunning. Enough with the GV, why not talk about TBI, and why not talk about the substitute that shocked the world, aka Avon.
I mean, Avon, we all said the spotlight was on him, but the man was glowing, if to say the least. Literally, he did an amazing performance, with or without the results, but the man kept his head strong. Nonetheless, they are led by Penguin, and King used to be the old captain, if I'm not mistaken. So that also gives room for diversity and relieves some pressure off the team and puts it on Penguin, who has 6+ years consecutive titles. You know what I mean? This man himself can help possibly navigate the team to a victory today. Booker, Dirty, we heard them earlier in the cast, and they all said that they all have faith in each other.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
no one said I'm the carry. You know, every single person named one or two other players within the team and the organization.
Being a new roster makes things difficult for you guys to
Chemistry,
manage to
synergy.
get the win without the chemistry, synchronization between you guys. When to enter the site, especially when you have a first entry and second entry, and you're playing against the team that utilize the sniper more and more within the different sites, whether it was B, A, or even Med. But when you have a player like Booker, he's like the joker in your team. He can be a sniper, at the same time he can be your clutch master, at the same time he can rotate from A to B, following throughout Med. That's what I really like about Booker. Same for Dirty. We have seen lots of clutches from Dirty yesterday. The guy is okay, but they need to lock in more and more. Moving on to the most important thing, in my opinion, is the map draft.
Why am I not surprised?
Yes, sir. The GV picked up is like yesterday. Ankara, of course, it's gonna be picked by TBI. By the way, TBI plays Ankara most of the times, if not all the times. They did play Compound. Is going to be the decider map. The big question is, will we ever reach Compound? Because GV have higher chances to win on sub-base, and Ankara is a bit default, so it might also go for GV.
Yeah, there's multiple scenarios and multiple outcomes that could happen. Maybe if TBI could push GV in sub-base and possibly even reach overtime and win, and then go to their favorite map, or vice versa. What if GV wins their favorite map and then pushes TBI into their
I wish I'd see a upset from Team TBI. I want to see a clean new page from TBI side, just locked in. Okay, it's a new roster. We got used to each other. Get us the first one on the first map, even if it's their map.
And we've seen every team has played at least 5 matches, so they're warmed up and ready to go. And so are we. Let's take it to our casters. Thank you so much.
All right, we are back here for our second matchup. This one's going to be really interesting, I think. You've got GV and TBI both coming into this with 1 sub each, and both coming off of some pretty good performances earlier this weekend. Most notably, GV obviously taking down GG. A big upset to continue the upsets we've seen this weekend, though. It wouldn't be surprising to see TBI putting up a really strong fight. But Pendoxid, before we dive into it, I wanted to get your thoughts, since I personally haven't had a chance to see Avin play. What are your thoughts on his mix in this team?
Yeah, well, good question, though. Of course, Avin is a good player, maybe not as experienced as the others, but of course he has to replace Hunt, and stepping into Hunt's shoes is quite difficult. But I would say overall he did an okay job. Of course, TBI, they had some struggles overall, 1-4 records, and on the other side, of course, GV, They have a 3-3 record overall, pretty based, I would say. But yeah, to your question, I feel like Hunt is definitely missing in this lineup right now, but Arvin, I have a lot to expect from that guy.
Yeah, on the other side of things too, we've got GV without Creeds, but they've got Niels coming into the mix, which I think if you're going to bring in a sub, I feel better about GV's substitute than I do TBI's, I would say, just knowing Niels has a lot more decorated experience as a player. I actually remember one of the first events I ever saw him IGL on. He beat one of the best teams from China, so he's got a lot of experience he brings to the table for this team, and I think that's going to be really valuable. Even if he's not necessarily a key aimer, I think he can help this team a lot strategically, and I saw some glimpses of that in their win yesterday as well against Gaimin Gladiators, where it wasn't necessarily him being that top fragger, but you could tell strategically things felt a little bit different than what we're used to seeing from GV, so I'm hoping we can see more of that as we dive into sub base here. It is going to be GV defending first, and already you can see a lot of pressure towards the A-bomb side. 4 players looking to push up into lobby, but it's actually going to be smoked down by the 2 players here for GV. And now TBI, they have to slow it down a bit. But Avin, what is that shot? Spams the quad box for the opening kill.
Yep. Avin starting off strong. And to go back to what you just said, of course, NLS, very experienced. He has been around forever. And to be honest, yesterday he had a little bit of an, tough day overall. But of course, with all his experience and his knowledge and whatsoever, he surely brings something to the team. I mean, they kind of beat GG, right? So there's something. But as I explained things, TBI cleaning up every single member of GV. Loons now left alone. A 1 versus 5 clutch. Not very likely to go his way, but look at Avin. He's super aware, holding vents, peekaboo, and it is going to be Avin finding Loons. A very clean first round from TBI, leaving GV a bit shocked, I would almost say. But of course, first round is not the end of the world.
Yeah, it's more about the response here now from GV. Hopefully they can shake it off and have a good answer back, but TBI, I like the way this team has been playing lately. The trades are super aggressive, super clean. It makes it hard for GV to deal with. Not only that, there's a lot of good pre-fires going down across the map as well. You can see it in the first round with Avin getting that kill through the boxes to start off the round. And this time they are going to play a bit different on the GV side of things. They're going for the vent boost with FaZe and playing a double Om here as well, with the second being awesome on the backside of B, just holding down the back missile position. And it is going to be up to TBI to maybe safely cross here, but there's no safety in store today. Dirty goes down already. The smoke a little bit late there could have helped maybe keep Dirty alive, but now go ahead and force King across anyways. He's going to try and take control over towards the rafters, but at this point, GV, they do have full advantage.
Yep, they have the advantage. They send King towards quad, leaving him there is a good choice, I would say. Avin, still there helping his friend, but he will eventually move back, pick up the C4 and move from there, but yeah, Dirty. Dead on the floor. Penguin, maybe the next one to fall. He is in a very bad position here. Snox, who else picks him up? And there is some trades going on. Look at this, NLS in a very good position to take out 2 of TBI's players. And what a hold from GV. A very weak attempt from TBI, I have to say, to be honest. You know, they were losing players here and there, and then they just push without the smoke. I don't know. Don't feel like this is their best attempt, but TBI, I hope they can show us some more, because I would say, obviously, they, maybe it's not, TBI is not one of these top teams, but still a very experienced roster with Penguin. So let's see if they have something more in store.
Yeah, TBI looking to answer after that one. I like the change-ups we're seeing from GV, though. Being a bit more proactive, getting some nice spams with the M4s in that second round, and Now they've got the pressure right back onto TBI where they want it. I like this angle from Awesome as well. He's actually sniping over the top of the B rafters. Not an easy shot to hit, but if he can catch some players early, exactly what he was looking for. Now the bait for Niels is perfect as well. He finds an opening kill. He finds a double kill. He is still looking for more here. Goes for the swing. Niels good for 3 from the rafters. Able to get out of there off the flash as well. Now it's a 4v2 Penguin and Dirty. They've got to try and find something, but the desperation might be sinking in here as the swing comes through. It's going to be Leeds able to find one, and Dirty, he is just stuck in a corner, an unfortunate position. He goes for the wide swing, though. I don't know if we noticed him just yet, but there's just no time to stay alive in this one. And GV get the round, but Niels, what a hold on the rafters.
Yeah, he's really feeling it today. 5-1, much better than yesterday already, and maybe it's the map, maybe it's just the day, whatever it is working out. This aggression from Dirty, misses a crucial shot, has to back off. So does the rest. And GV, looking strong so far. One thing I have to mention, of course, they have taken maps of strong teams like ROC. And of course, they won yesterday, right? But usually they struggle against top tier teams, so you would expect them to be better here. But of course, when we take a look towards TBI, it's, of course, no hard feelings, but TBI Esports, they are one of the lowest ranked teams so far, and they have lost to almost every major enemy. Whoa, it's pushing! What is happening here? Loot! Good for free! Can he get the quad? Yes, he will. He gets the quad kill. Sorry for the confusion. I wanted to say they have pretty much lost to every team that is kind of better than them. So TBI definitely in a must-need win situation, and so far it looks very unlikely.
Yeah, the first round may have gone their way, but GV, ever since that first round, have been looking pretty flawless. But just as I say that, it is going to be a nice little 1-for-1 over on the A doors, and it's still going to be a forced fight here from maybe Snox, who is looking to sneak up. I like the position he's taken, but he has to be really careful here. Spots a couple players, not able to connect the headshot onto King. He's going to be taken down for it. You still have FaZe holding on to the top of site here, so it does make that cross a bit challenging to deal with, and you've already got Niels in position to throw the counter flash as well and get down quickly. And this is where TBI needs to be on point with the shots. FaZe, this is the first, finds the second connection. Now he's looking for more, but Niels in the key position to swing down onto Booker. FaZe good for 2. Niels good for another. Avin left alone, and again, things might fall apart, but that nade is going to be a good start, at least for Avin, the sub coming in this weekend, trying to make a name for himself. And this 1v3 might be the opportunity to do just that. He's got only 2 players left in front of him, but they are aggressively hunting him down here, already going for the flank. And Avin, he might have been a little bit too slow here. He's already been spotted out through the double doors, and that's enough to get it done for GV. And this is starting to look like a scary one for TBI, because that is 4 quick rounds in a row for GV now.
Yep, looks very good, and GV Esports, they have beaten TBI once, and of course they can do it again. The question is TBI looking for revenge so far? It looks like GV still has the upper hand, and of course they are technically on the weaker side, right? So DBL side of things, on subbase, usually something you look forward to, because there's so many entry points, so much you can't even handle really, right? So right now GV has a very good performance with the MLS. This aggression, very, very good from him, very risky too, but at the moment you can't take big risks. It's not the end of the world, and I really like to see him play very well, because he's a very experienced player, but he has been away for a while, right? So of course you like to see it, and TBI looking for an answer. They haven't really found it yet though, but maybe Dirty in this position, if he's able to find at least one, this would be huge. He gets one. instantly traded out Booker on the ground. Now Dirty not checking his bag. He will fall. And now it's Arvin left alone though.
That's a tough one. No way out of it. Loon's able to get the trade, and just like that, it's already halfway to victory very quickly for GV. TBI, I liked the way they started off this map, but GV, they just adapted so quickly, and now that they've realized they're the team winning those aim duels more often than not, they're playing more and more assertive and aggressive across the map, which TBI just doesn't feel ready to handle, and it looks like that could be the reason we see a pause on the table here. It looks like we are going to see what exactly happens in this situation, but yeah, GV going to go ahead and have a quick pause here with TBI jumping out of the lobby, but I think this is the time to take it. You know, you're down 5-1. Things are not looking good for TBI. Is there anything you've noticed so far that maybe you'd see TBI winning if they were doing differently?
No. One more. It won't get more clear than that, to be fair. I don't know what's going on. Also, I have a question, like, so they probably took a pause, right? And the rule says everyone has to leave the room, the server, whatever. And I think it was Arvin still in the server, and he got killed in the end. So question is that a round for GV, or does it even matter? I don't know. Maybe, you know, some production people can tell me. But yeah, so far so good. GV showing a very dominant performance. I'm a little bit disappointed from TBI because, yeah, maybe they aren't, you know, the best players in the world, but I would still, you know, rate them pretty high. I would say, yo, you know, they can beat GV if they really try their very best. But so far, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's scary considering they were able to beat Gaimin Gladiators yesterday, and that was with Niels not having the best of days, just kind of being there as a stand-in, whereas today, he's been really impactful. He's got the most kills on his team so far in this map, and I think that makes GV very, very scary to deal with, because if Niels is playing like he used to back when he was a star player, this roster is very deadly to go up against. So TBI, they definitely have their work cut out for them. There's no negative KDs on the GV side of this one, everybody hitting the shots and doing what they need to, whereas for TBI, they have been pretty quiet. Dirty not being as aggressive as usual. He's been shut down quite a few times. Booker, I don't even think has got a kill on the board, which is a bit of a scary position to be in. That can be kind of a mental blocker on your performance as well. So I feel like for TBI, they need to have a really big round coming out of this pause, or it might already be over on map number 1 for them.
Yep, absolutely. And it seems like we are having a little bit of a pause here. Not sure what the issue is, but yeah, absolutely agree with you. And again, TBI, usually one of these teams you don't really expect to be like insanely good, but still very competitive. And GV, since yesterday, they look very, very dangerous all of a sudden. I mean, Creed's missing in the mix, still in vacation chilling, but NLS, today he does a very good job replacing Creeds, and not quite sure, but maybe NLS, you know, he had some good breakfast, you know. there's gotta be a reason why he's performing that well today. But yeah, overall, it looks very good for GV. I wonder, you know, we have a little bit of a pause. Of course, TBI, they will use this as you know, a chance to discuss things, to go over things. But Kyle, I want to get your opinion on this. What is there that can change, you know, this outcome?
I think the big thing is during this pause, Penguin's going to have to rethink the approach on strategy. I feel like Avin as the sub is often playing alone. We've seen, I think, 3 of these rounds. He's the last player alive in a clutch situation, and I don't want to see him in that position because I actually think he's a really strong entry fragger if he can have someone kind of with him, leading the charge, getting those openings, and making sure the trades are there to follow right behind him. So hopefully Penguin can kind of recalibrate here. He's always been an IGL that's very good at figuring out what to do during a strategic pause here. So I think there is some hope still on the table if he can guide them in the right direction. But part of it just comes down to hitting shots as well. I think it's really hard to overcome a team when the aim duels just aren't going your way. You've got Booker yet to find his first kill. Dirty struggling to go toe-to-toe with the early picks as well. He's normally someone who's putting up, 10 to 15 kills and a half, and I just don't see that happening here in this first half from him either. And Penguin himself, I think, only has 2 kills so far in this map. So a lot of the key aimers just need to step up to the plate, and hopefully they can find a way to counter-strat some of what's happening here, because we've seen a lot of rounds. You think about the Loons 4K, the Neil's double, triple kills. Those are kills that should be traded in theory, and just because of positioning errors, they're not happening right now.
And as we continue to wait, let's take a look at the stats and performance overview. Let's see, we have GV with plus 13 when it comes to round difference. And of course, TBI minus 18, which isn't really optimal. It kind of tells the story a bit with what is going on, right? So I don't know about you, Kyle, but TBI, they really need to step it up big time. And again, with someone like Penguin in the mix, I feel like they should be much better, right? My opinion with Penguin is really, really strong, right? I feel like this guy can change, a lot of teams with his experience, with his knowledge. But TBI right now, 1-4 in matches, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a tough boat to be in because nobody wants to be one of those teams that kind of sits permanently at the bottom of the leaderboards, but it kind of seems like slowly TBI is falling into a position where they can't really get out of it very easily in those overall leaderboards. So I'm hoping they can find a way to redeem themselves, because this is a team that's kind of in the middle of the pack that they're up against, and if they can't have a comfortable time at least going up against a team like this, the rest of the season is going to be that much more difficult for TBI to try and recover. So I'm hoping they can find a way to make some changes and adjustments and make this a much closer one. At the end of the day, it is still GV's map pick for this first one of the series. So, maybe there's something in store that we're not seeing going into that second map of the series, but it's really hard to bounce back when you're looking at, potentially something like a 10-2, 10-3 type of situation to close out the first map. It makes it feel like it's a very one-sided affair we're seeing play out here. And I don't blame GV for kind of just putting the foot on the gas in this situation, because they are winning the fights. They're not having trouble in the aim department. They know they're the aggressively strong team here, so we'll see what happens. But we are going to take a quick break and try and handle some of the technical issues I think going on with one of the teams here, and we'll be right back. Looks like we are back from the pause, so we'll see how this one continues forward. It is going to be 5-1 in favor of GV as we return, so could continue to potentially be a bit of a one-sided game on our hands. I'm hopeful that's not the case because TBI, we've seen them do better than this historically. They're normally at least very competitive in their matches, even if they don't win. But this time around, it is going to be an opening pick going in their direction. Snox goes down right away. King on the backstab, drops down out of vent, and this is an almost perfect start here for TBI as King finds himself the double kill. FaZe goes down. Awesome. Try and do something big here, but that is a really good start. Avin going to eat that flashbang as well, but Loons not going to be able to hold on to much here, and Avin doing a great job. Gets TBI back on the board for a second.
Yep, all of a sudden we are back into the game and TBI is not wasting any time, surprising GV. GV not ready for this aggression. And finally see some players step it up. Of course, Avin, he has been pretty decent so far. Stop jumping in. And I like this positioning by Snox. I mean, this is usually a position where you see FaZe comfortably sitting with a shotgun, but of course, I don't mind Snox with a pistol there either. And I think he will just sit there like all round long if it's necessary. I don't think it's a bad idea. But right now, everything is very, very quiet. TBI this round with a much slower approach. They don't want to jump in too quickly. But of course, the damage has been done already. Penguin and Avin, half HP. And it's just a matter of some seconds before TBI decides to, you know, build up their strat. And this might be the beginning of it, as they group up in front of A, where they will meet Loons and FaZe. FaZe, of course, with the arm in hand, ready to go, and Loons with the off angle there. If a flash will pop, doesn't really matter too much. He will jump in. King, the first one to fall. Booker now trying to reduce the damage. He gets one. And he gets a second. Not this time around. It's not. He takes them out. He's looking for a second. The bullets are running low. Ox gets a second regardless. Penguin left alone in the mix. He gets one. But he will be taken out.
Yeah, really good rotation there from GV, Loons as well, able to hang on for just long enough for Snox to get in there, but Snox, that last bullet with 3 left, kind of saving the day for him in that situation, but they'll keep at it here. 6-2 final round of the first half, and things could not be looking too much better for GV, but if you're a TBI fan, it's already a very tough position they find themselves in, and they are really looking to try and grab this final round of the half. Otherwise, it becomes a very difficult task to think about winning this first map of the series. But GV has been picking sub-base lately for a reason, and you can kind of see that reason coming through full force here because everybody on this team looks extremely comfortable on this map, and it doesn't seem to be giving them too many challenges at all to put that pressure onto TBI, who in this round are just kind of slowly working their way in towards A. You can see FaZe hanging out on the back of the A missile. He's got support from above as well. Actually, misses the first shot though. Things could get challenging. He's able to find 2 though. He's still actually hanging on to this position. Follows it up with a nice shot there to Avin for the second. FaZe, he's still not going down without a fight here. Gives Snox enough time to get down for the trade, and now it's a 3-on-2 situation. But does he play dirty? Crosses the line. Doesn't matter. Kneels from above, just rains down fire and gets this one done. 7-2 on the half. That is a huge first half.
That is indeed a very strong statement here from GV and TBI now with a lot of pressure. What is going on? What can be changed? And right now, I don't think it's necessarily a, strategic issue. Maybe it's more like an individual issue here, right? Like they don't really hit their shots. They kind of get outplayed here and there. They had a very good start once we came back into this game, but maybe it is just not enough. And again, NLS, I have to say, today he's really popping off, right? He gets it done. He really replaces Creeds for good here. And you can really tell he's very funny, very happy with his performance so far as he smiles into the camera. And I like what I'm seeing so far. To be honest, I'm still disappointed with TBI. I feel like they could be better, but maybe it's just not there today.
Yeah, for TBI, it seems like a lot of things are not falling into the right places for them. And at this point, they've got to figure it out very, very quickly because it is already 3 rounds away from a victory for GV, and they are not wasting any time going full force onto the A bomb site. TBI, can you hold on? Doesn't seem to be the case, but Booker actually able to hold the line for at least a moment, takes down a couple players, opens up the opportunity for the retake now. Awesome on the lurk, trying to disrupt things. He's able to find one before the trade comes through. Loons doesn't have the C4 or any utility in this round, but he's going to go for the flank anyways. But the timing has to be pretty much perfect for this to go his way. He doesn't see anyone on the lower bomb side, but what is this? He's going to go ahead and pick up the and not a huge fan of that move. It's a lot riskier. But if he somehow gets this plant off uncontested, that could be huge because TBI, they haven't realized the C4 was down. They're going all the way back to the B bomb site. This is a huge mistake from TBI, and Loons, I think, has just now realized their mistake. They didn't realize the C4 was dropped in this corner. Now he gets a free plant and a free opportunity to win this round. He's got a minute to work with as well, so a ton of time on the clock as TBI has given up this bomb site, but what a mistake from TBI. I am not sure how they missed the C4 being down for them very safely on the bomb site, and now Loons, he knows the wood is clear. He's going to go ahead and just hold on for dear life and hope he can hit these shots, but he has been gifted the opportunity on the retake, but it's not going to matter. King able to get the shots and get it done, but what an opportunity he had there.
Yeah, all this for nothing, come on. I mean, it's very surprising. I'm also questioning, how did they not realize the bomb was dropped? I mean, even though maybe the bomb is like dropped inside a body, that happens, but you can still see it on the map. So a very weird and major mistake coming out from TBI, but of course, in the end, it didn't really matter. Loons not able to bring this one home. And to be honest, as he picked up the sniper, I was like, yeah, you know, maybe it can be a good decision. You know, when your enemies are grouped together, you are safe to, you know, get at least one with the arm. And if you're good enough, you can get the second with the pistol. But of course, it's a risky move either way. But again, in the end here, it didn't really matter. And this time around, GV, not wasting too much time again, as they will run into Booker. And like you mentioned, Booker hasn't had the greatest performance so far. He picks up NLS. Can he find a second? This would be huge for his team. The rotation is coming through, and now Awesome drops out of fence. It's not really able to find anything. And look at this, King. Raydon, he goes down, but now GB is recovering. Face and Snot, they will get it done, but only for a moment. As TBI, they work together. Penguin going in alone. It's a very risky move, and now it might just fall apart. Is this actually happening? GB now, we actually get it done. Penguin, you just threw away this round by going in alone, and you can really tell that GV, they don't even believe it themselves.
Yeah, that is, it's not a 2v5 that you should really win. TBI just taking these fights one by one gave up so much opportunity to GV that they just ran away with it and won the round. Now it's 8-3. TBI have their backs against the wall. GV looking to put this one to a close if they can, but they're stuck in this corner. Neil's good for first entry. Penguin on the lurk, only going to be able to find one. 3-on-3. And we still have FaZe alive. We saw what he's able to do in the last round, and this should give them an opportunity to try and do it once again. Avin with the nade from above, not able to quite get anything too much out of it. And now with the smokes down as well, puts a ton of pressure onto these players, but Neil's the shots today on point, able to find himself another, but Dirty and Avin all they need to, unless FaZe can hold the line in a clutch again, and he will, and it's already a map point on the table as clutch after clutch. GV is getting it done today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Penguin You could see there was in a very good position. He could have waited a bit longer, maybe, not sure, but yeah, he gave away a good position there. GV, they're just so good today, and to be honest, they don't really make it complicated at all. I mean, they just full send it towards A down. They get the shots done, and of course, in this clutch phase, super experienced, super, I don't know, this guy's just playing forever, and of course, he knows exactly what to do in these type of situations. And yeah, what can you say about this one? TBI, shell shocked about this one. You can really tell. Look at these faces. I mean, they don't really believe it themselves. I don't think they expected the first map to go down like that. Obviously, it is GV's pick here. They pick Subbase. They wanted to start on this map. And of course, we will go to Ankara, which is TBI's pick. But look at Loons. He is having a good time, though.
I don't blame him. It's going as well as it can for them this weekend. They beat GG yesterday. They're looking at potentially a 2-0 win today as well, and this could actually put them, for the first time in the season, into the top 4, which is, you know, the way they're looking right now, it would not surprise me. I think in my mind, the battle for 4th place is really GV and Anubis at this point, and the weekend they're having could solidify them moving into the front of that conversation, but they've got to get it done here. Still, it's not over until they get that final round on the board, and we'll see what they do this one to try and make it happen. But Snox again loves to take these fights on the lower A bomb site immediately. Able to take down Booker, forces the rotation from King, but look at the rest of GV. They're actually going to go for the 3v1 on to Avin, but Avin, he gets the triple kill. Penguin swings wide from the opposite side of the map, and just like that, a perfect round stolen away from GV thanks to Avin.
Yep. There goes his highlight reel. Good for free. Nice spray down, of course. Penguin finishes the job, and that was a quick round. I mean, TBI. Finally, we are seeing some response, but there's so much left to do, to be honest. I mean, TBI, they had a rough, season so far. They only were able to win 1 match so far, and of course, they've already lost to GV earlier on. I mean, they need to do some major adjustments to even have a chance right now, to be honest. And you can really tell by the score. It is on paper. You see it here right now. So TBI, 1 round on their back and 6 more at least to go. So we will see what they can do. Penguin, he needs to put some magic on the rest of his players. And look at this, GV preparing yet another A push. And you know what, Kyle? I don't think they waste too much time with this one. Already close to the stairs here. It's only going to be 30 with a sniper. Even if he gets 1, the rest of the squad will most likely crush him down. Or we will see a very nice highlight coming our way.
Yeah, Dirty. He's got the position, the smoke, though. Makes it so hard to take this fight the way he wants to. He actually backs him off. Corner, it's not going to work out, and now this could be the beginning of the end here for TBI. They've had so many issues retaking this A bomb site, but now more than ever, they need to find that way to break through. You can see Penguin and Avin over the top. Avin, that's a big kill. Penguin finds the second on to Niels. Now they've got the numbers to work with, but that hasn't been enough in the past to get it done just yet. Awesome. Be good for 1. Still looking for more here from the front of Missile. There's no time on the clock. They've got to push through these smokes. Awesome. Good for a second. Good for a third on the round. And it's going to be over. Snox and Awesome between them, cleaning up the entirety of TBI. And that is a big first map of this series going their way.
Yeah. Very dominant performance from GV. They continue to be very good. They started yesterday. They do today, and to be honest, they leave TBI really shocked. Again, TBI usually more or less a mid-tier team, and of course GV so far in the season they haven't had the greatest successes, but it seems like GV, they finally found their spirit. They know what to do. Maybe it's the addition of NLS, maybe it's something else. I couldn't really tell you, but I like what I'm seeing. Of course, GV finally able to play against these better teams overall, but still not done yet. Of course, we will go towards Ankara here, which is TBI's pick. What can we expect, Kyle? I feel like this might become a very close matchup.
It definitely could be. I mean, at this point, TBI, we're going to their map choice for the second, so at least it should be a more comfortable fight for them to try and redeem themselves. But after a first map like that, it is going to be a very big challenge. So it is going to be a tough one on the horizon, but it's not over just yet. We are going to take a quick break, and when we return, it is going to be map number 2 on the way.
I'm speechless, you know. I felt like on the side of TBI, even looking at the map, observing the rotations, the utility usage, there was a round or two where you feel like Penguin or Avon really stood out, but it just wasn't enough for Dirty, wasn't enough for Booker. They would get information that obviously GV is definitely going to a specific site and not enough movement, you know, momentum.
What's funny is that TBI does give you the vibe that we have all the readings that we need to take over GV. But once the execution is needed, you'd find Snox clutching 1v3, 1v4. The amount of clutches that has
4Ks,
yeah,
multi-kills.
4K, 3 kills. Snox. So Snox got a clutch in round 8. And I just noted that he's a Terminator, man. Whenever it's a 1v3, whenever it's a 1v4, it's always Snox clutching, not from as of tonight, no, from yesterday. The breaking point for me was round 10. Round 10 was the biggest TPI throw ever. So imagine this, it's a 2v5 scenario. It's Snox and FaZe. They planted the C4, they post-plant, okay, they try to get a higher KDA by just shooting around, getting 1 or 2 kills. End up winning the whole round. Who wins a 2 versus 5 in that way, man?
It's rare, but at the end of the day, you can tell that GV is well conditioned for these kind of situations.
They
and
are.
With the inclusion of Nels and LS, just like the casters did mention, this man is well-rounded all across the board, and he has definitely stepped up, especially today. I feel like today is one of those days where you have that hand-to-eye coordination, you have that communication,
it's
including
you're just
Loons
feeling
as
it.
well, having a former IGL captain and a current one. What else do you have to say?
No, you're just feeling it tonight, as you said, Koshari. And the thing is with the Team GB, you just can't overtake any side from them. When they were playing defense, they used to default strat, 2 on B, 2 on A, and 1 on middle, and no one can take the side from them. Whenever a king tries to get a kill, he ends up getting traded for 1 for 2. He kills Awesome, then Awesome kills him and Penguin. That's a losing trade when it's a 1v2 trade. And how many times did even TBI manage to plant the C4 without getting 3 players killed or 4 players killed? You always want to plant the C4 without losing this much names.
Yeah, I really think for GV, they just have to keep the momentum and they could secure this dub. But at the same time, as Pando did mention, man, it's hard to have Avon, for example, a slightly younger, less experienced player being forced into these 2v1s and 3v1s.
Exactly.
I'd prefer if it was Penguin or Dirty or Booker, for example, or even King. Who knows? But at the end of the day, they need to find their rhythm. And I just don't see it.
Exactly, rhythm is absence, as you said, and it's shown in the pushes from Team TPI while they were playing attack, trying to retake defense, trying to retake the sites. And you see Penguin is entering solo. Why are you entering solo in a team game? King doing the same thing. King and Dirty going from A while the other team is rotating from A to B. Like, what are you trying to retake in a site that is full of GV members? They are just there, post plant, 1 under heaven, 1 in the boxes, blah, blah, blah. And they are trying to force take the site.
And let's not forget Hunt is absent, a young shining star who's been to Worlds twice in 2022. I think it was Vietnam and 24 in China. But we have seen subs perform. Let's not dim down Avon's light. He did great in many scenarios, even in their previous days. But the way I see it, I think this next map might decide if TBI have done their homework, especially observe GV's gameplay, but it's difficult with so much momentum on GV, especially with yesterday's match against GG, Gaimin Gladiators.
I mean, when we look to the map draft before the game starts, we already noticed that GV did win the map V2 overall by picking the first map and winning it with a score of 10-4. But when it's a map thing, it's usually the score is a bit closer than this. But 10-4, man, there's a big gap. I'm super excited for the second map nonetheless.
We'll have to wait and see. I think the first few rounds might decide it all if it's going to a best of 3 or 2-0.
For sure.
Thank you, Hazem, for your insight. We'll take it back to our casters.
All right, we're about to hop into what could be the final map of this series. GV looking really good. The odds definitely in their favor to maybe do this one in just a 2-map sweep, unless TBI has something cooking for us on map number 2. But Pendoxin, they're going to need something very, very big here on the second map, I think, to pull off a comeback.
Yep, they definitely need something. Not sure what it is, but something is needed, and I hope they have the answer. GV on the other side, of course, they are ready to go. Can really tell everyone is focused, and it seems like we are just about to jump into the game so far. I would say, a good performance from GV on the first map. The exact opposite, of course, from TBI, but I expect a lot from TBI on Ankara. But we will have to wait and see what they have in store. I expect nothing but the best, and TBI, to be fair, they need some points. They need to make a statement. They can't go down without a fight, and I really hope they have an answer.
Well, here we go. Map number 2. It's going to be Ankara here. TBI on the GR, GV on the BL side to kick it off, and it's going to be all about maintaining that momentum if you're GV. Riding off the vibes of a very, very strong first map. They want to keep that in their corner as long as they can and keep TBI feeling uncomfortable with how things are going. And if the aim alone is enough to get it done, they could just stay on that track here. Because GV, they have been hitting all of the shots all day long so far, but this time they're going to be taking their slow pace over towards B Hotel, where King is waiting if they push through this smoke. King, he's only going to be good for 1. He needed a little bit more out of that one to get the full value, at least doing a lot of damage onto FaZe. Makes it a winnable situation for TBI, but the big issue here is going to be Dirty all alone on this B bomb site. Awesome. Does he take the fight 1 versus 3? Yes, he does. At least gets a kill out of it. But now it is going to force the rotation from the rest of TBI. They know something's up here, so they can go ahead and send Penguin back to the GR spawn.
Yep, I expected King to get at least 2 frags out of his position, but nonetheless, he at least got 1. It's something to work with, right? FaZe with the pop flash towards B here will get Loons and Snox a little bit of an idea. Let's see how far they can go without being spotted. I think Dirty already has an idea, but look at this. This is interesting. Okay. Are we not going to push B instantly? Look at this, Dirty. A very crucial shot to miss, and now GV has the upper hand to get onto the bomb set, but Dirty actually able to find 1. FaZe goes down, 20 seconds on the board. The bomb needs to plant it eventually. Loons needs to get it done. He will plant momentarily. There you go. Now Penguin and Booker in this clutch situation. Of course, Penguin very low on HP. Let's see what he can do from his position. Actually, he decides to stick with Booker, which I think is the better idea. It's the Loons. Some confidence, gets it done. Now Booker left alone. 1 versus 2, he has to push. But the damage is good. Look at this HP. He's 1 shot. 1 shot to be dead on the floor. GV takes the first round here in fashion. And you know what? I feel like, GV, they have the momentum right now. They've already beaten TBI before. They have beaten TBI on the first set here. And, TBI is under a lot of pressure right now. They must win this map to stay in the match.
Yeah, right now TBI just struggling to hit the shots against GV. Shot for shot, just not an even fight it seems so far in this series. With Snox continuing to play strong to kick off the second map. Awesome with a pretty good aim on the lurk as well. Almost able to find 2, and Loons, of course, hitting his stride throughout the day. So he's going to make it very tough to decide where to push against them if they want to be aggressive on the GR side. But at least in this round, it's going to be a 5-stack towards the A bomb site, right into Booker and Avon. And Booker, he's been struggling a bit on the day, needs to show he can perform in this round because the push is coming right in his direction. But Booker, so unfortunate on the timing, gets blinded out. Snox good for 2, but more importantly, he's going to secure the bomb site almost immediately, and that wall of smoke makes this near impossible for TBI to push through.
Yeah, shoutouts to the desk. The Terminator has done it again. 4-1, Snox goes down, but not without a fight. Booker and Arvin will go down, and wow, GV, what a performance. They are really trying their very best as Flash. Okay, didn't really work out pretty well, but it's not the end of the world as TBI stalls a bit. They're waiting for the smoke to fade away as King prepares a pop flash. Now they have to go in. Austin with a very good angle here takes the head off Penguin, but brilliant Penguin, of course. They do some work themselves. Look at this. Austin, good for all 3, takes them out, and yet another round for GV.
Yeah, a bit shaky there at the end. Both remaining players very low on HP, but they still are able to hold on to this lead, and that is what TBI was afraid of, even with the rounds being close. Every round that GV wins before TBI gets a first on the board, this hurts the morale of what they're trying to do here, which is get themselves back on the tracks with an opportunity to win a map themselves, but it's still going to prove quite challenging here, especially if FaZe hits shots like that. Dirty at least able to settle the score. Kill of his own, but Niels, they're not even paying attention to him. Sneaks his way on the B bomb site. Good for 1. King late, able to find the trade. Able to find 2, 3 shots going his way, and what a swing of events. TBI get the round, but King, the reaction time is really the golden opportunity to get this one kicked back up.
Who else but King, right? The name speaks for itself, and he got it done. He keeps TBI competitive right now. Question is, what can TBI do in this situation right now? It's a tough question to me, at least, because TBI, they need to get deep. They have been in this position before, but what can they do to turn it around? And some adjustments need to be done. There has to be something they can do. GV on the other side, once again, grouping up in front of A. Not a lot of setup is being done here. It's kind of crazy, actually, to see. They just, they throw some nades over the top. Of course, the main smoke is there as well. They wait for it to fade away. The flashes now come over the top as well. Look at Booker. Good for 3. Can he find a third? Not this time around, but Penguin finds 2 himself, leaving FaZe alone in this clutch. Not this time around. And yeah, we see some improvements. I like to see TBI step it up.
Yeah, really good hold on the bomb site. GV, though, playing a little bit confident there. Only really led in with 2 flashes. Not a whole lot of other utility. Makes it going into a 3-stack. Very, very challenging to think you're going to come out on top, even with some good aim. It's a tough fight to take with 3 on site here, A. But this time, it's going to be a mid-pressure play from both teams early on. I believe Niels might have spotted them out, so they go ahead and back off here, sending Penguin and Dirty back onto the B-bomb side, but they still have this forward presence towards B. It's going to be King kind of pushed up here, hoping he can find the early entry, but as we can see here as well, Avon looking to maybe go for the peak, and Snox, he's kind of alone with the C4 here.
Nice and quiet it is. Slow. But GV will eventually make some moves. You can tell they're all over the map. Not decided. They have not decided where to go yet. They just want to Get some early frags if possible. TBI is doing a good job not to give them anything. With a triple stack towards A once again, and I like this. Good decision here from TBI. But will it work out? Arvin is in a anti-flash position. Let's see if it will work out. The flash come over the top. There you go. Let's see what can they do. NLS missing some crucial shots, but will get it done eventually. Penguin, again, good for 2. So does Booker. And you know what? TBI, they are looking much stronger right now. Finally, we see some response. Ooh, the timing is a bit awkward. Oh no, Dirty. You have done a crucial mistake. Was that a no-scope from FaZe? Insane. Okay, 20 seconds now on the board. Let's see. FaZe is gambling at this point. He knows he can't go anywhere. And of course, King, he needs to calm down. Just chill. Don't do crucial mistakes like that. Oh, what? It got close for a second, but luckily, of course, FaZe will be taken out. A very, very close round, though.
Yeah, down to the 1v1. Again, a 3-stack on the A-bomb site results in a lost round for GV, so they have to rethink things as they move forward here because the A-bomb site looking like it's locked down. TBI and Dirty. Nice shot there to kick off the round. Takes out Niels early on, and you can see the early rotations already starting to happen from GV, trying to figure out where they can maybe find their next steps, but at this point, TBI, they're doing exactly what they need to in the series. They've won 3 rounds in a row, looking for a 4th here to continue that momentum now on their side of things and prevent GV from getting any sort of traction on this side of the map. And especially when it comes to this A-bomb site, GV seems really hungry to fight here, but TBI is still going to continue running 3 on the bomb site.
Yeah, and I don't blame him. I mean, GV, they play very simple. At the moment, they did it already on Subbase. They continue to play pretty much the same. You know, just yeet yourself across the bomb sites. And, you know, for TBI, I'm not very surprised that, you know, they actually stepped it up. Because for them, it's do or die. If they lose this map, they lose the series. That's not something they want. And of course, now that TBI is actually in the lead, they play a little bit more aggressively. You could tell by the very early moment here in this round, NLS goes down. It was a very risky peak, but it worked out. So you can't really blame anyone. Look at FaZe. FaZe does FaZe things. He's facing some consequences if he doesn't watch out too much. And GV, you can tell they're just all over the map, pretty much preparing a B split here, which I think I like to see, but it is going to be Penguin facing them first. He will go down. Now the pressure is up. Flashes are out. Let's see, Dirty. Can he get at least one? He gets one. Can he get a second? Not this time around. Snox and FaZe. They will get a lot of work done. And now it's Booker and Arvin on the clutch. But they don't know about FaZe. Look at this angle here. If he gets at least one, this would be huge. But the timing, look at this timing. It's so off. He didn't even spot them yet. But now he does a smart thing. He backs off. Waits for his teammates with this flash. Not working out in his favor though. But it is not the end of the world as FaZe is dancing around just to make sure he doesn't get picked off. Now he backs off completely. Booker and Arvin now left in this clutch. 15 seconds on the board. Look at FaZe. He still gets it done. Arvin now picks up Snox. But there's so much work left to do. The nade is good. Gets one. Can he get the second? Loons, of course. He just plays the timing game and he knows he doesn't have to push. And look at the scramble from him. He doesn't even crack the bomb. Arvin could have maybe defuse the bomb here, but of course Loons, the experienced player he is, he checks it anyway.
Yeah, really good attempt there from TBI, but FaZe just kind of being the thorn in the side of TBI for that one, getting multiple kills on the rotation, flanking the GR spawn, and just makes it so difficult to deal with a rush when you've got one player on the opposite side just causing tons of trouble. And that's been the big benefit of GV on a lot of these rounds so far, is just they have that ability for any player to disrupt within the round strategy. So hopefully they can keep that up for themselves. But for TBI, it is still close here, 3-3. Anyone's for the taking still on map number 2. And GV, you can tell they're rethinking the approach here, not going quite as aggressive now towards that A bomb site. They had a lot of rounds early on where they just hard executed out onto A, ran into a wall of players, and it didn't go too well the majority of those rounds. So now you can see Awesome working for the mid pick along with Snox. And then you've got FaZe here as well, just holding on, trying to find someone peeking out a little bit too aggressively on the upper A bomb site.
Yep. TBI still fighting. This time around with something else. They're not stacking A again. King throws a flash towards GV. Not sure what the plan here is, because he can't really see them. Now he spots them. Penguin again misses Meg fight with FaZe. Look at this. The aggression will come through from GV once again. And this is what I'm telling you. They make it very simple. They group up in front of a bomb site. They yeet themselves on cross. Of course, they have some utility here and there. Yes, you gotta give them that. But TBI, they should be able to, hold sites a little bit better, especially when they stack them. We have seen that happening before on A. GV now prefers to go B, which is quite interesting. FaZe with a good angle. It's just a matter of time before TBI decides to jump in. Good flash. FaZe completely blind. Can't repeat. Look at this aggression. Arvin gets one, but GV responds nicely. And GV will get it done. It's their round to take. Yet again.
Yeah, really good execution here from GV. Just overwhelming King. Not a whole lot he could get done. And then they're just so good on the post plant that it's so difficult to retake. Now they've got the lead right back into their hands with 2 rounds in a row. With the TBI, they've got to find a way to break them down again, because they had a good string of rounds there, 3 in a row themselves before these 2 from GV. So hopefully they've got something left in the tank to answer back with. But right now, it is going to be GV gravitating back towards their initial strategy, which was putting a lot of pressure onto the A bomb site. You can see they've already got 3 right outside of it. They're hoping to see someone like Avin peek up a little bit too early in Avin. He might take the bait here, just holding on to this corner of the vent. Might run into trouble very soon if he overextends just a little bit further, but Booker on site here can't really provide too much support unless the full push comes through in Avin. He's going to have to win this fight. It will grab the first, but Snox lines them both up. Booker, a huge mistake, lines up with Avin for the double kill, spray down, and now the A bomb site is completely compromised. There's no third player this time around other than King trying to go for the long flank, and this is a really good post plan setup now for GV.
Yeah, Snox is having a very good day today. All these multi-kills, not even a problem for him. Trades his teammate out. And you know what? I actually like this move from TBI. They had so much map control, but of course, the timing was just off. And this Moons dancing around the vents takes out King. Also playing really much worse and dirty. Left for the clutch here. They able to find those kills through the smoke. Make it look easy, but again, TBI could see on the map they were taking a lot of control towards B-Long. They got it done, but at the same time, of course, GV, they pushed towards A, they got it done. Of course, Snox finding 2 kills for the opener, and slowly but surely, GV is extending their lead, and I feel like as soon as we will go to the side swap, TBI will have a much harder time. At least that's what I'm kind of predicting here, because GV, when it's just about to hold, right? They just need to hold A or B or whatever. I don't think they will have a hard time. But of course, maybe TBI has something in store that I don't know about. But to be honest, I just want to see TBI step it up a lot. And this is not a good start. FaZe picks up Arvin there. And yet again, GV just rolled over TBI. Look at this Booker trying to survive. He gets 1, but Kyle, what can they do at this point?
Yeah, Dirty needs to find something here, but GV smart enough not to peek the tower on the plant, so they're not going to find anything for free in this one. They're going to have to work for it. TBI in the final round already rotating into the GR spawn, but Snox doing Snox things, able to find one through the smoke. A nice and perfect headshot there, and awesome. Just gonna pre-fire it. They know exactly what's happening here. That nade finishing the job to make it a 6-3 half. And TBI, this is a tough road ahead. They had their glory days of 3 rounds in a row, but they're quickly answered back with a hefty swing these last 3 rounds from GV to get themselves a nice 3-round lead at the side swap. And now the final battle begins here for TBI in the second half. They've got to show us everything they've got at this point.
Yeah, and a lot of credit has to be given to FaZe and Snox. They put the numbers on the board, of course, the rest of the squad also. But just a quick reminder, NLS, a very good start on sub-base, killing everyone in front of him. Now on Ankara, he has a little bit of a lower performance, similar to yesterday, I would say. But, of course, the entire squad gets the job done. Now I'm very excited for TBI. What can they do to make things go their way? Right now, they're just grouping towards mid. And you can tell who's this. It's NLS. That is, I think it's a bridge. I think so. Regardless, TBI, they take their time. GV, of course, they give them nothing, right? They're just stacking A. This is kind of what I expected from GV. You know, just stack for a bit, eventually go back towards GR, which is awesome. Awesome is doing that. Awesome will have something. Yeah, they're just wasting time a bit. It's not quite. I'm not quite sure what TBI is doing, but FaZe will pick up Booker eventually. Now they finally push. No utility thrown whatsoever. Look at this. I mean, Snox, the Terminator, gets it done.
Insane shots from Snox today, and you love to see it. This is the GV we were waiting for at the beginning of the season. This team started off 1-3 with their match record, and now this weekend they're just looking like a completely different team. And rightfully so. I mean, the GV, I remember there was a point where this team, with most of these players on it, was back-to-back champions 3 seasons in a row, and I'd love to see them playing like that again, and we're starting to see glimpses of it in matches like this, so I'm hoping they can keep that moving for themselves. It's not over just yet for TBI. They have a chance to make a final stand in these next couple of rounds, but GV, the way they are playing, just makes that so difficult right now, especially when you've got FaZe and Snox both well into the double digits on their KDs here, and it's looking very, very strong for them moving forward. But now it's back to the 3-stack for TBI. The question here is, will GV take the bait? The rounds they have, they've actually lost quite a few, but this time around it is going to be TBI not really taking that bait. They're going to be going all the way back towards B, and this just leaves it up to the lone warrior of Niels this time, who does change it up. He's got the arm in hand. It's not going to matter, though. Penguin just goes for the wide swing, takes him down. Puts the rest of GV in full retake mode, but Avin, I like this lurk position. It's such a good one to maybe catch them off guard with, but not today the way GV's playing. Awesome catches him very early on. Penguin on the lurk, though, able to find FaZe sneaking behind enemy lines to make this one a very quick 3-on-4 situation. But GV, they're wasting no time here. They've got their full team already pushing out of the B hotel right into Penguin's position. The smoke not really going to slow them down too much in this one. They know they've only got 20 seconds, so they're just going to flash right on through it. Awesome. How does he connect that shot through the smoke nonetheless? But there's just no time to get this done. They've got to hit these shots, and they've only got 10 seconds to do it. Awesome goes down, Loons goes down, and Booker is able to hold the line.
TBI finally responding. The response is there, and to be fair, they found the weak spot, and I have to say it seems like it is NLS at this point. I just wonder, I'm actually curious what impact NLS has on this team, because again, GV is not doing bad, but right now NLS kind of falling off the wagon when it comes to break department. Good start from Booker on the pace. It seems like TBI this time around not wasting too much time. Look at the shutdown, the execution is next to perfect. Now it's Awesome and NLS on the clutch. Awesome already very deep onto the bomb site here. Gets taken out, and NLS in the clutch. It is never impossible, as I like to say, but it's not very likely either. NLS, maybe a chance. Climb back onto the car. That's one. It's instantly traded out. And I feel like, again, NLS, he might not be a good addition to the, bragging department, but maybe he has some, nice clues, nice ideas that he brings into this game. But we have to mention another thing, TBI slowly but surely climbing back. I like what I'm seeing, Kyle.
Yeah, a couple of really good rounds here. Doing a great job of baiting out these early entries, and now it comes down to GV, how they're going to change things up here. I do like the call of trying to move Niels around and get him to a place where he's comfortable but not alone and has that support, since we've had a couple rounds where he was kind of the anchor and just couldn't really hold on, but now he's playing a position where he does have a little bit more trade support nearby. It's a bit of a gamble coming out from GV, but it seems to be maybe the right call here, though, as only one player, Loons, is going to be on A, the rest of GV leaning towards mid and B, but that's exactly where the bomb's going to be headed for TBI. Specifically, though, going to be going through that B hotel position, which does mean it could be Niels who has to fight first again, and it's going to be his opportunity to maybe shine for the first time in this map. He hasn't had a whole lot of luck taking that first point of contact, and right now his team really needs a solid hold.
GV has an idea, and it seems like the call is correct, as TBI, they might just push. But right now, Arvin with the flank, he has the potential to get so much done, but of course GV is experienced as they are. Are they ready for it? What is this? Snox and Face, look at this. They are ready to go. The shutdown is unbelievable there. Face good for free, and you know what? For a second, I thought, okay, GV obviously has the right call, but I never ever expected a shutdown like that. So, shout out to GV, perfectly done. TBI, they need to go back to the drawing board. What can they do right now? The pressure is on. Look at this. They will push mid pretty quickly this time around. They will get some nade damage. At the end of the world, the C4 is still down, so we need to get it. It's going to be Penguin picking it up. There you go. Now, TBI, once again, with a slow approach. They started pretty fast, but instantly went back into stalling. And once again, we see GV with a triple A stack. I think they like to do that. Not sure why, but NLS, of course, this time around, he has some support. Face 17 frags on his name. This guy, no matter how old he gets, never disappoints to perform. Now NLS, he might run into 30 there if he's not careful. The timing right now is pretty much off. No one really about to see anything here, and so far so good. No one has fallen yet. Smoke towards A main will be thrown. I think it was from GV as well. So we might just have to wait a little longer, Kyle.
Yeah, very slow round, but with the C4 sitting towards A, it seems to be where they might take this one when it's all said and done. But this Penguin may be working his way out A connector. The split starting to slowly form towards that B bomb site, which is where the pressure is really going to be on to FaZe and Niels here to hold on to the side. And Niels, he's had a lot of one-and-done situations at best in this position. FaZe, though, not as easy to break through with Niels. This is his time to try and step up. He's good for one, almost two. That's a lot of damage. Maybe enough to hold him. But no, it's actually going to be a tough one. FaZe misses the shot onto the follow-up. And now GV, they have a lot of work to do on this retake. There's some very low HP players, though. Dirty and Hooker, both very low, but it's not going to stop Avin causing a lot of trouble, just holding on in the middle of sight. You can see Awesome waiting for the group up from Loons. They're going to go ahead and go for this pretty quickly. They know they've got a lot of space to clear out, so they've got to start finding information really soon here. And Awesome is start you want to see here. 2 kills going quickly in favor of GV. Awesome, though. Unfortunate timing there. Falls victim to Penguin, and TBI find another.
Yep. And again, I've mentioned this early on, but I feel like they found the weak spot. It is NLS. I hate to say it, but it is true. As soon as they kill NLS, they find this opener. Of course, they have to take out FaZe as well, but FaZe on Yom, of course, gets one done. But after that, it's kinda, it's doable as soon as FaZe is dead as well. So, TBI slowly but surely climbing up the ladder to reach GV again. It's only a 2-round difference, but of course, GV, they need at least one more to push it to overtime, and yet again, a triple A stick. Doesn't really seem very creative from the side of GV, but maybe it prevails. Right now, I wouldn't really say so, as TBI once again start very slow. And you know what? It's really something nice to see that TBI actually managed to step it up here to make this one more interesting, because again, on sub-base, it was a very, very strong map for GV, but this time around, Ankara, TBI's pick, looking much better though.
GV gonna get what they want in this one, though. It is an A push coming through from TBI, and this is what they've been hoping for, but this player in Vent has to be able to break through. It's gonna be Booker slowly working his way towards that position with Avin now for the support as well. They want to take this fight. They can pretty much not take it comfortably at this point. There's so many GV players already in the shadows here. They line up for Snox as well, and that is not a good start. Dirty trying to make this one a little bit more manageable. Finds a nice double kill. Penguin finds a third as well. And it's 4 down for GV. Niels now left in a 1-on-3 situation. 20 seconds to plant. Dirty gonna get it down nice and easy here as Niels goes for the wraparound from the A connector. King spots him early, and Dirty, unconditional miss, but the follow-up is there. And even with 3 on the A bomb site, it's not enough for GV.
Nox yet again with some multi-kills, but I have to say, TBI, this approach looked much stronger from them. I mean, Penguin pushed through mid, went through GR, was able to pick up another frag. So, overall, a much more different approach, but it worked out pretty fine, and I'm expecting a timeout here from the side of GV. As we can see, NLS already talking, bringing out his ideas. You love to see it. So what is there left to say right now? I would say GV kind of falling to the pressure right now. I'm not sure what is going on, but of course, on the other side, TBI really stepping it up. They have more ideas, more creativity, I would say, as GV. They just stack A multiple times. It kind of worked out, then it doesn't again. So GV need an answer. They need to change something. Now the script has turned, and maybe, it's never impossible, but maybe we will go to Compound. What do you think, Kyle?
Yeah, a lot of it comes down to the changes coming from this pause. I think the big thing I want to see is if they're going to run a 3-stack A, I think Niels needs to be in that 3-stack. We've seen so many times where he's just caught all alone over on that B bomb site, and it's costing them a lot if he's not able to hold on to it. So I'd like to see him maybe paired up with Awesome or Snox to have that firepower alongside him to ensure he doesn't go down without a good trade being there. And I think if they can fix that, they're still in a pretty good position, because you got FaZe and Snox still playing an incredible map for themselves. You just have to add that cushion where it's needed, I think, around the map to make sure they're not losing these bomb sites too easily when TBI goes in for the full push. So I'm hoping that's what they're talking through right now, because Niels, I know if they can find the right spot for him, he's a strong player in those up-close fights. He's just not so hot from that long range, so I think moving him into a more comfortable position has to be part of the conversation right now.
Seems like the talking is done. We are joining back into the game. I wish we could have seen TBI on the other side, because obviously GV has some conversation, but TBI for sure, they have another one as well. So I wonder what the topic is about. But yeah, Niels is still talking, still giving his ideas. There you go. TBI, let's see. Who do we have here? Usually you have King speaking a lot, you know. When it comes to King, I always like to mention that he's like such a motivational guy, right? He's always full with energy, always, you know, pushing his teammates to the very best performance. And right now, it seems like he's kind of more listening than speaking, but obviously the speaking role was given to Penguin, which you would expect, of course. The IGL, the most experienced player on this roster here. But it's just a matter of time before we jump back into the game. So, Kyle, what do you think? Who will get the first round after this break? Because I feel like, you know, both teams had a lot of time to talk, but now it's time to perform.
Yeah, I feel like I think GV is going to win it if they make the move of putting Niels in a safer spot. If they put him alone on B in a forward position, it's really a coin toss for me who wins this round. But if they've learned their lesson, I think this should be a GV round coming out of it, especially considering if you've got Snox and FaZe just finding a way to unlock it, there's a chance they win regardless of how Niels is playing in this one. So I think all of the pressure is still on TBI here. They're the team that's down a map. They have more to lose if this second map doesn't go well for them. So it's still a lot of pressure because it's still GV in the lead and it's still a map in their favor as well. So I'm curious to wonder what Penguin's going to try and call maybe differently coming out of this, but you can tell he's putting a lot of emphasis on what needs to be done here because he knows this is still a very winnable situation for TBI.
Yeah, very winnable, of course. And I'm actually surprised Booker was also talking a lot, which I find kind of special. Obviously, everyone is, you know, talking a bit, but Booker was really, you know, arguing with his hands, like really the body language was there. So, like to see it. Booker also putting in some ideas. And as we take a look towards Arvin, we can see the game lobby hasn't started yet. So we have a little bit more time to discuss what will happen right after this pause. And GV, they are still in a better position no matter what. They are one map up. They have one sub base with great fashion. Now it's up to them to close out Ankara. And if they fail to do so, we will go to Compound, which is the decider map. And of course, TBI on Compound will start on GR, which can be a factor, but not necessarily. It's really up to the players, how good they can perform. But it seems like we are going back into the game. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, 8-7. Pressure is on GV. Looking to close. TBI looking to send it to a third map. They've done a good job of going toe-to-toe here on map number 2, but hasn't been quite enough to pull into a good lead just yet. GV, though, it's a bit of a change up here. The biggest change, though, is actually going to be they're just playing more spread out. It's actually no difference in Niels playing that forward B position, so he's still confident he can make it happen, so he's going to have to here in these next few moments, but I do like the solo A strategy that GV brings to the table because even though Niels is playing a forward position on B, it allows him a lot more rotational support quickly if the B push comes to life. The big problem here, though, is if that bomb decides to go A, it puts Loons in a bit of a tight spot here where he has to find at least 2 to try and hang on. You can see FaZe has rotated into the tower position, just playing nice and safe here, trying to get that information, but it's really going to be on to Loons in this round. Can he stall for the rotation? Can he get at least 2 kills before going down? Because when you're a solo anchor on A on this map, you've got to make something pretty big happen.
If Loons is able to get at least 2, I would say whatever. But to be fair, it's going to be a very difficult task for him because every single TBI member will jump on his head. Let's see how far they can go. Snox already grouping up. Hello there. Can you get anything? Young Penguin, where are you looking? This is falling apart. Look at this. Loons picks up one himself as well. And another major mistake coming out of TBI. I mean, come on. A 2 vs 5 and this is falling apart. Really dirty now, left alone. The gambling that they will push B and they will lose the gamble, but regardless, they win the round. Hey, I'm really surprised about Penguin there. I'm not sure, where was he looking? What was he doing? He kind of gave a free kill to Snox, and of course Loons dancing around that metal box. Did a great job giving another round for GV, now on map point.
Yeah, that round really comes down to the perfect timing from Snox to find Penguin, and it could be the round they think about for a while now, because beyond TV, maybe try and close this one out, but actually, it's TBI. Keep the fight comfortably in their favor in this round. 5-on-3, Loons, FaZe, and Snox still alive, so not a 3-stack you can take too lightly here. It's definitely far from over on the round, with the C4 dropped and a solo player on the A-bomb site. That solo is going to have to be one heck of an aimer, and good thing for GV it is. It's Snox in that key position this time, all by himself. C4 sitting down in the back of the BL spawn here towards A, and this is where TBI is just waiting to see if GV is going to take a risk. I like this call here. They don't need to do anything just yet. They've got over a minute on the clock, and they want to see if GV is going to go for an aggressive play, and you can see here, Snox and FaZe, they want to do that. They're looking for that information over towards A, but the right play call could be made just now from TBI. All 5 players now working their way towards B. It is only Loons as the anchor, but Snox, quickly getting a sense of that information, starts to rotate early.
Yeah, I would love to see some more aggression from GV here, but not too late. They have to make a decision. And I like this double stack. It's not the wrong call, but it is actually going to be Loon. First one to fall, Snox not able to stop this push. I mean, he gets 1, but 1 is not even close to be enough. Now FaZe trying to get something done, but to be honest, 1 vs 4, as experienced as FaZe is, let's see him win this one, but hold up. Hold your horses. He got 2. He's half HP though, but so is Avin. If he gets 1 more, I give him a chance. I give him a very good chance, actually. So let's see FaZe. He's been spotted. Not this time around. Dirty takes them out. And to be fair, when GV lost 2 members here, I felt like maybe they should have been a little bit more aggressive. Just a little bit maybe, or actually go for a gamble stack, either A or B, of course, very risky, but FaZe made it look close regardless. But it is 1 more round to go. Let's see what happens.
It's tie or die here for TBI. They've got that potential, but the early nade stack doing a nice little chip damage onto Booker and King. Penguin, not sure what the shot there was onto King. Maybe getting confused there for a moment. Stakes are pretty high though. A lot of pressure on TBI, potentially facing another match loss on the weekend if GV finds a way through. But this is where TBI has to show us they can perform when the stakes are high, because right now they could really use a series under their belts in the overall leaderboards. It hasn't been looking the best for them on the season, and a win against GV with how good they've looked this weekend would be quite the statement for a team currently at the back of the pack. So let's see what they can do here, but this is going to be a full A execution. The last time this happened, GV was able to win, but Loons, he had to do a lot of fancy footwork to make that happen. We'll see if he can do it once again. The flash comes through. Snox on the rotation, has to try and help hold the line. Counter flash comes over the top. Snox, he's going to do the exact same thing. He pushes through again. They're not ready for him. He's able to find 2. He stalls perfectly for the rotation. They know they have the numbers for the retake. They don't even need to necessarily contest here. What is Penguin doing? He pushes through the smoke, gives away his position, and now All of the cards are on the table here. Dirty and Booker looking for anything and everything they can find to hold on to this round. The C4, they're scared to even plant at this point because GV knows exactly what they've got to do here is wait for that key moment and go for the swing. But Niels, he does get caught early here, but it might not matter if Booker goes down without a fight. Booker good for one. Now it's a 1v2 against Dirty for the round. FaZe spots him out. But is he going to go aggro? Yes, he is. Him and Awesome both go swinging, and they'll find the series 2-0. It's not an easy path to get there, but GV get this one done.
Yeah, a little bit too close for comfort, I give him that, but still another mistake by Penguin here. I feel like he doesn't have to be so aggressive, man. Come on, he could have been, you know, that exact moment there when Awesome killed him. I feel like that was not necessary, man. I don't know. Of course, from my POV, it's easy to say, but I don't know about this one. It doesn't matter what I think. GV, they are the winners here. They take it home with a great fashion there overall. Again, they won yesterday, they won today. GV is looking very, very good, and of course, TBI overall. Yeah, they will have a hard time though.
Yeah, overall, a tough one for TBI, but for GV, it's a solid close to a very good weekend for them, beating GG, beating TBI to close out their weekend. So they're going to be moving forward from one of those teams who was at the very bottom of the leaderboards to start off the weekend to now they might even be in the top 4. But that's going to wrap us up here. We're going to throw it back to the desk to break it all down for you.
Very calm, cool, collected casting from Kyle and Pando. Thank you so much. I don't know where to start, man, to be honest. What do you think?
When you're one round away of something, whether it's overtime, whether it's match point, whether it's the ending of a series, you're just going to be rushed. You just want it. If you're attacking, you're just going to force push any side, whether it's A or B, or even go from med, split push it. When you're defending, you're going to try to get your first blood. And I think that's what happened with the last round with Penguin and with Dirty. They tried to push it. They tried to get the overtime. They start with
they forced it.
Yeah, they really wanted it. So I think mistakes were there. I don't want to blame Penguin and Dirty for the last round and say it's their fault, but
it's a group team.
Yeah, it's a group thing. Overall, you have to give credits where it's due to Snox. What an insane anchor. Snox
holding
FaZe.
sights solo, man.
Yeah.
And not even dying. He would just retreat, give info to his team.
Exactly.
Use the util, use the smokes, flash in, and get picks, man. That's what we want to see. That's why these people are pro players.
We can't disagree that TPI are much stronger than the first map. First map, 100%. They were just absent.
It took them a little bit to just like have that cohesiveness and charisma in game and outside of game. You could see in the camera that Penguin was frustrated. He's trying to tell them, guys, we're doing better this game. Let's push forward. We can get to game 3.
And that's the disadvantage with TBI, and that happens because they are a fresh and new roster.
And
so
they're
it takes
young
a
as
lot.
well.
Exactly. It takes a lot to get into their flow, to get in the locked end zone where, okay, that's the full potential of us. Overall, individually, Snox, FaZe, Loons, and NLS are just better. Let's not get this twisted. Overall, they are just more focused, more locked in, and you can't have an anchor like Snox from TPI. I just couldn't find even holding the sides. Dirty holding the side, the same style as Snox did it. You put him on A side, he's going to get all 3. You put him on B side, you'd find FaZe with a sniper. What else do you need?
Let's not forget, this was TBI's pick as
Ankara,
well.
yes.
NLS, man. I have to say, with all respect to his other team members, he really stepped up as a sub and performed. You know, he did his part yesterday and today, and we'll see what happens next week as well.
When you're substituting, it's a hard time for you. Not only all the eyes on you, but you have the pressure. And in his specific situation, he's a coach.
And he's very experienced.
Yeah, and he's super experienced. So now you have an IGL, a co-IGL, and players with much more experience than TPI. If anything, you have to give credits to TPI for the hustle, the soul that they showed. They showed hard.
They tried to persevere, yeah, and you could see it on the camera that these people did not give up, and I don't think they will anytime soon, as they still have more matches lined up, and so does GV.
The scary thing is time is running off. And also FaZe is running off with this MVP, man.
Well played, man. Well played, Mr. FaZe, man. I mean, what could you tell us about what FaZe kind of contributed to this game?
Man, this guy, he can anchor, he can snipe, he can quickscope, and hey, he can no-scope also. We've seen no-scope from FaZe round 4.
Very clean,
if you guys remember, because I do surely do. FaZe is the guy that you need in every team. When your team is faking A, you just leave him at B side. If there is a rotate from the attackers, you would find him there with the sniper. At least it's a double kill in FaZe agenda. I love the way he plays because he's everywhere, and every team needs a player where he can depend on, leaving him on the side A alone or B alone. And the thing is, with CrossFire, there's no much utility that you can use anchoring. It's only a flash and a grenade. So it's you and your gun. And with FaZe, it's him and his AK and a soul and a dream for this guy.
Very resourceful player. I couldn't agree more. And we did highlight some of his gameplay right now, and it is fascinating and exceptionally entertaining for me and the audience as well, man. What about the other players? What could you highlight? Things that stood out?
I just want to highlight more from TBI side, to be honest, because we've already talked a lot about GV. We've talked about Snox, FaZe, NLS being there. The thing is, with TBI, I love how they just, for the last minute, even though some technicalities happened for them, but they are just there. They won't ever give up, and I hope they come back because they need every win starting from now, or man, they won't make it to the playoffs.
Promising team. We'll have to wait and see, and patience is key. I'd like to take it to NLS for the interview and get some more insight.
Again.
It's nice to see you again. How are you, man? How are you feeling? Tell me, elaborate.
Good to be back.
Nice to see this beautiful smile, man.
It
lights up the room,
exactly. Weekend. It's always good.
Yeah, I feel you, man. I feel you.
I mean, NLS, first of all, shout out to your team, man, and especially this guy, Snox. He's the best anchor, in my opinion, till now in the season. I'm going to ask you a general question, because starting from yesterday, it's a new GV. I think you would agree with me. What changed from the previous weeks to this week? Because I think lots of major things did change, no?
I think first of all, FaZe got a new mouse, so he's hitting a lot of shots. I think the communication was way better. I think it will be also even better when Creeds is back, because I had like 3 days to play public and to get my aim in shape. It's really hard and learn all. I mean, from coaching, I know all the smokes and flashes, but throwing them in game and remembering
it's a whole different
in
scenario.
It's so different. So yeah, it's still.
You're landing everything, man, and you're landing your shots also. So
you're
don't worry about that.
You're doing great, man. Yeah.
But on Ankara.
It is challenging and takes a lot of practice, but I'm sure you're up to the task, and so is your team. I wish you the best of luck. Thank you, NLS, for joining us.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
No, man. I love your smile, bro.
All right, man. Enjoy your weekend, my friend. Well deserved.
Thank you.
Man, get this guy. We will interview this guy whenever GV wins, man. His smile just brightens up my day.
Amen, man. Amen. Any more input you'd like to?
I just wish the teams that played good tonight play the same play style, the same gameplay for the next weeks, because this week showed us some new pure talents, man.
Yeah, I mean, it is, and there's been a lot of shuffling in the standings, you know, like some teams have dropped, some teams have jumped, man. Like, you have the top 4, I assume, was ROC and unKnights contending with each other. Anubis, I think, may have went up or down because they did have 7 games, while other teams had 5 or 6, and that's all gonna prevail in next week.
I love the switch up, man. I love the things change. First 2 weeks, nothing changed, and now look at the standings. So it's 7 matches for both ROC and unKnights, but hey, they are equal at the win scenario. 6 wins there, 6 wins here. It's just a small difference in the AP and the round makes ROC Esports still in the same position. But GV are in the 4th place for the first time.
As promised.
Yeah, man, they used to be under TPI.
Yeah.
Now TPI struggling, man. 7th place.
Yeah, and it seems like throughout this entire standing, there is heavy competition up, down,
Indeed.
right, left, center, man. It's insane. And
Indeed.
I'm so happy that we still have more games in the coming weeks as well. We're only in day 9. Can you imagine?
All eyes on Anubis now and Entropy, because who's going to get the 5th place and who's the 6th place? Is Anubis capable of coming to the top 4 again, or GV? It's just a lucky situation for them to be in the top 4. Was it one hit wonder for Team GV? Lots of questions for the next weeks, man.
Yeah, I mean, and I just heard from production, we were supposed to have a Game 3 series as well, but
999.
unfortunately, 999 still have technical issues, and I'm sad to hear, you know, I don't want to end it at this, you get my point? I'm always more excited to watch more Crossfire and be involved, you know. But nonetheless, what a great day. What a great series. And I'm looking forward to next week as well, because it's getting more hyped coming through to playoffs.
Man, true. I used to have like 1 or 2 favorite team in the standings. Now I'm just looking at GV. I'm saying to myself, this is my team. This is the team I want to watch. This is the team I want to keep up with their updates. And hey, unKnights the same. Anubis, I'm super excited for next week to see Anubis. What are they going to do? Are they going to face top 3? Lots of scenario, and I love myself a storyline.
And let's not forget yesterday our curious predictions that we had about who's going to be in the top 4. We'll follow up with that next week when we're back, hopefully. Stay tuned to the schedule. And I wish you guys a good night. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure to be here. Thank you for our casters as well. Thank you, Hazem.
My pleasure, man.
Have a good night, everyone.